so close to the perfect game. There's nothing being said or talked about in our dugout. We're just going to let him roll.
It was really special, I'd say, for him to do that and just be able to catch the last ball and give him a big hug. It was awesome.
8 teams enter Omaha, but only one will be crowned a national champion.
Everybody's really fired up for him, but yeah, the main thing is we're still here and we're still playing.
Not really worrying about the next day or the next day because we had to take care of today. So same for tonight.
One pitch at a time, one out at a time, one inning at a time. Don't get too far ahead of yourself. It's just a game. Don't make it over much than it is.
It's their fraternity. We're lucky to have that. It's coaching, but it's also a lot of hard work from these players, obviously. And I say this all the time. They're the ones that win the games. They're the ones that put in all the work.
On the Razorback Sports Network from Learfield, you're listening to Arkansas baseball in the College World Series. You're tuned in to the Built Ford Tough Dugout Show, presented by your Arkansas Ford dealers. Test drive the Ford F-150, the official truck of the Razorbacks at a dealer near you. Today's game broadcast is sponsored by Oaklawn Hot Springs, Arkansas's only casino resort, by Ballpark, the official hot dog of the Razorbacks, the Electric Cooperatives of Arkansas, reliable, affordable, responsible power, by Kubota, for Earth, for Life, Modelo Especial, brewed for full-time Razorback fans, by Roller Funeral Homes. For 3 generations, the Razorback Nation has trusted the Roller family to serve yours with all our respect. Also sponsored by Edward Jones. Find a financial advisor near you at edwardjones.com. Your local Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places. By Armor Bank. With locations across this great state, Armor Bank simplifies banking. Arkansas Scholarship Lottery. This is winning. By Go-Go Squeeze. For active people, Go-Go Squeeze Active Fruit Blend with electrolytes can help replenish the essential minerals lost during exercise. By Greenway Equipment. Equipment that works as hard as you do. BASF. We create chemistry. By Fish City Grill. Friendly folks. Serious seafood. And by the Arkansas Department of Health. Quit tobacco. We can help. The countdown is on as the Hogs prepare for the first pitch in Omaha. Now, inside Charles Schwab Field, here's the voice of the Razorbacks, Phil Elson.
Welcome back to downtown Omaha, site of yesterday, which will go down in history as one of the most memorable days in Razorback baseball history and one of the greatest achievements in college baseball. Gage Wood's no-hitter turning the Razorback Junior from Batesville into a national star, along with his catcher, Ryder Helfrich. And what a day it was. Hogs win 3-0 yesterday over Murray State. Wood throws the first complete game no-hitter for the Razorbacks since 2001 and just the third no-hitter ever in the College World Series. You'd have to go back to 1960, the last time it happened. And now the Razorbacks, well, they have to move past that. They got to focus on a new opponent. The first time they'll play against the UCLA Bruins since 1999. And obviously it'll be the first time the Hogs and Bruins match up in the College World Series. UCLA earlier today defeated by LSU 9-5. That game was completed after being suspended last night because of thunderstorms in the area, and that may end up being something that we're going to battle throughout the night tonight. As of right now, we've been given no official start time for first pitch of Arkansas and UCLA. That's because the Louisville-Oregon State game just concluded about 15 minutes ago. They had a wild back-and-forth ninth inning that saw Louisville blow a 3-run lead. Oregon State unable to capitalize after tying the game. They had bases loaded, nobody outs, could not score that go-ahead run. And then Louisville wins it by loading the bases in the bottom of the ninth inning on a sacrifice fly for a 7-6 victory. Louisville moves on to play Coastal Carolina in the final of the bracket on the other side of the College World Series. And it's LSU awaiting the winner of Arkansas and UCLA tomorrow night. This is the Built Ford Tough Dugout Show. It's presented by the Arkansas Ford dealers and the Ford F-150. Like the Razorbacks, this truck has a strong tradition. It's earned by outstanding capability and smart features like a mobile generator. That's how to create a legacy in the official truck of the Arkansas Razorbacks. As the Hogs just now begin to play catch down the left field line, we are quite a ways away from first pitch here at Charles Schwab Field. Bring on my partner, former Razorback great Bubba Carpenter, member of the University of Arkansas Hall of Honor and major leaguer. Bubba, there's still a glow over yesterday. I just think it's kind of difficult to move past an historic achievement like what we saw yesterday. But they have to do exactly that. They got to take on a UCLA team that is in the same position as the Razorbacks are. Their backs up against the wall, not used to losing back-to-back ball games either. The Bruins have won 11 of the last 13 games, and the Hogs have to refocus and take down a good team tonight.
Yeah, I agree, Phil. But I tell you what, we're still riding from last night's high. I think that's why it's important we get this game in. I think the guys feel really good right now. They're kind of riding the wave of last night's no-hitter, to be honest with you. They all feel really good about being at the Yard today. I had a chance to talk to some of them downstairs in the concourse. And so, man, let's play this thing.
I mean, is there anything to bring up from yesterday, really? I mean, it's... I was amazed. It was amazing watching Gage Wood turn into the star of the day nationally. This no-hitter yesterday was the story on the Today Show and Good Morning America. Of course, Gage was on SportsCenter yesterday, and it's amazing to see that really it was a day after the end of the U.S. Open. It was the same day as an NBA Finals game, but Gage Wood's no-hitter in the College World Series was the number one story in sports.
Well, you know why, don't you? It's because it's the best college performance you've ever seen, and maybe not even non-college, one of the best pitching performances you've seen in the history of the game.
At any level of baseball.
At any level. I mean, there might be one or two big league, World Series perfect games up there with it, but especially on the college level, it's the best performance ever. You won't ever see anything like it again. Okay, so my wife told me that when wooden bats, since aluminum bats came in, that's the first no-hitter since aluminum bats.
At the College World Series.
At the College World Series.
Yeah,
I did not know that.
It was wooden bats. I don't think metal bats were used until 74.
See, I didn't realize that. She Googled that and told me last night, and that makes it even more special because, I mean, to do it on this stage, elimination game, I mean, he just said, come on, boys, jump on my back. I got this. And we'll never see. I hope everyone sitting in this ballpark remembers that because you'll never see anything like it again.
Well, you do hope that it spurs the team on a little because obviously you saved the entire pitching staff yesterday. You've only used 4 pitchers and only 1 in the last 3 days. But this team needs to start hitting. I mean, it's as simple as that. For the team that came in being lauded as the number 1 offensive team in the entire field of the College World Series, you haven't necessarily seen that yet. Now, I think Saturday had more to do with Cade Anderson being a major league prospect and pitched just like that and getting a couple pitches off the plate that he probably shouldn't have gotten. I didn't feel like that yesterday. I don't think Dave Van Horn and the team felt like that yesterday. I hope they're not putting too much pressure on themselves to produce because that pressure sometimes can really build. You know how slumps can get. They need somebody to kind of come up with a big base hit today at a big moment.
I think so. And honestly, Phil, playing multiple days in a row is good for these guys. I loved it. You know what? I'd play 30 days in a row, and every game I just felt better and better and better at the plate, especially as a hitter. It's a little bit different as a pitcher, but as a hitter, you want to be up at that batter's box every game. And I think the more you're up there, the better you feel. So for us playing 4 days in a row, I think that's a bonus versus these guys like LSU getting 2 days off. Well, 1 day off now, but you know what I mean. It's just I think you can ride that, and I really could see us getting going offensively. If we do that, we're unstoppable.
So yesterday it's Wood that saves the rest of the pitching staff. Zach Root is the now starting pitcher for Arkansas. He'll get his second start of the College World Series. Obviously, things didn't go well for him on Saturday, but that was after he threw the first 4 batters and set them down and looked as good as Gage did yesterday. But then things kind of fell apart, really just because of a little bit of wildness and a bloop single and a bunch single and a bases loaded hit by pitch, and the bottom kind of fell out from there. When you look at this UCLA team, they look for their walks, they look for their hit by pitches. And if you get men on base, they're going to try to bunt and move guys around, just like LSU did against Root on Saturday.
Yeah, but I think our defense is good enough to where they're not going to be able to get away with that. I think we play good, fundamental, sound defense. We can field a bunt. We can get the out. I'm not real worried about that. The key is not letting those guys get on base. And if Zach's at the top of his game, these guys are going to have a hard time getting on first base.
So the starting pitcher for UCLA, and I haven't been given the lineup card for the Bruins yet. I've written down in my lineup sheet the first 6 batters based upon their lineup's been the same for the first 2 games of the College World Series. But they're starting a pitcher today in Cody Del Vecchio. Now, Del Vecchio as I was speaking with the UCLA broadcaster, said the kid's got a great arm. He's not always sure where it's going. But he also hasn't pitched since March 28th. That was a game against Purdue in West Lafayette. I mean, this is the College World Series. It's 3 months from the last time he pitched, or about close to 3 months. And he didn't have great numbers to begin with. He had an ERA of 6.82, and batters hit 8 home runs against him in 33 innings. Hopefully that means the Hogs get to feast.
That's kind of a crazy thing to think, but you told me last night, or not before last, after the game, or no, last night. Wow, my days are like way out of whack.
It is Tuesday. I'll help you out.
We had an issue last night. We'll talk about it later with Dalton, my son. But anyway, yeah. I mean, you said last night that you've got to have a really special performance from someone you're not anticipating. Mm-hmm. It happened to Oregon State in 2018. They had a dude, Kevin Abel, step up and do something no one thought a freshman would do against our lineup. Maybe that's what they're hoping, unless they know something we don't. I mean, I'm sure he's just an opener. They're going to go ride him as long as they can. But I mean, the elimination game, you can't fool around. But if you look at this dude's numbers, I mean, maybe he's thrown some really good bullpens lately. Maybe he was hurt. I don't know. We need to dig into that a little bit.
No, I know exactly what happened. He didn't make grades. They're on quarters at UCLA. It's not an injury. It's not an injury at all. He's been ready to go. It's a matter of not making grades, and they were saving him for a moment maybe like this. So it's kind of crazy to think of. He was their Friday night guy, just didn't pitch really well. So maybe he'd have been moved out of that spot because of his numbers. But yeah, it's not an injury. It's because of the structure of how UCLA students go to school, and he didn't make grades.
So we need to try to outsmart him at the plate, right?
You want to do a little math test for him, a little algebra test? I don't know if I can help out with that, truthfully. Well, then there's the issue of the potential weather tonight, which I know is always a thing. If you go to Hoover, if you go to the College World Series here in Omaha, just because of the amount of games that get played and the time of the year, there's a pretty good chance that the game may start, but it may get delayed because of thunderstorms in the area. Now, we've been told 6:30 first pitch, which probably means more like 6:37 because you know how they do things. You and I use different weather apps. I think your app's a little better, Bubba. I'm seeing 52% chance at 7 o'clock, 97% chance between both 8 and 9 o'clock, and a little after that. Now, it doesn't say thunder, doesn't say lightning. You know, that's the thing that really messes things up. You can play in a little bit of rain. You can't play in a little bit of lightning.
On the elevator on the ride up, the nice lady working the elevator up and down.
Oh, they're all nice here.
She told me, yeah. She said we could play through it. She said there's no lightning, that we could play through it.
I'll bet you she's been to a few College World Series shows. She knows exactly what she's talking about.
I showed her the red right there, and she goes, well, y'all can play as long as there's no lightning. But mine shows, thank you, there's no rain until 8 o'clock according to my app.
I believe your app. Your app's better than mine.
We need Roy's and Dave's. They're always dead on whatever app they use.
They can share the subscription?
Yeah.
We get a password from Dave Van Horn. If I get a password from Dave Van Horn, the one I definitely want is the weather app that he uses. But yeah, that could be an issue. Hopefully it's not, but it was an issue last night. That's basically why we're playing at the time that we're going to play, because LSU UCLA resumed at 10 o'clock in the morning, and the game before us, the Louisville Oregon State game, started a little bit later because of the first game being pushed up, but then there was the ninth inning between Louisville and Oregon State, and it just seemed that neither team was quite sure that they wanted to win it, and Louisville ends up winning it, and so we start at 6:30, which means we've got a little more time to kill here on our Built for Tough Dugout show. So here's how we'll do that. We'll break, and we've been handed the lineup cards, so we'll sit down and talk with head coach Dave Van Horn a little bit about yesterday and a lot more about today. Here is our Built for Tough Dugout show continues after this from Coca-Cola.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
First Security is about more than great banking. Yes, we provide the financial expertise, digital tools, and everything else you need when you need it. But we also go all in on local support with friendly professionals, plus convenient locations all across the state. Because we believe personal banking is better banking. Visit fsbank.com for details. That's fsbank.com for friendly, local banking with First Security. Bank better. Member FDIC.
At Summit Utilities, we're more than just your gas bill. We're also your neighbors, and we're here to help, just like your neighbors do. Account-related questions, aid in setting up a payment plan, or assistance with rebate processing to help you save money on a new water heater. We've got you. At Summit, we're the keepers of the flame, making sure you have hot meals, warm baths, and a cozy home, providing you with energy that's there when and where you need it. Summit Utilities. Comfort delivered.
Stay tuned. We'll have more of the Built Ford Tough Dugout Show, presented by your Arkansas Ford dealers and the Ford F-150 coming up. This is Arkansas Baseball from Learfield.
A lot goes into taking care of your property. You need equipment with more reliability and versatility built in, like Kubota BX and L Series compact tractors, rated #1 in durability and owner experience. Z Series mowers that deliver a quality cut, and Sidekick utility vehicles where durability meets speed. Visit your local Kubota dealer for a demo today.
Visit ArkansasKubotaDealers.com to find a dealer near you.
Our care clinics are your hometown source for primary medical care. Our doctors, nurses, and counselors can help patients of all ages with anything from common colds and immunizations to depression, anxiety, and chronic diseases. Our network includes both home delivery and local pharmacies to fulfill your prescriptions. If you don't have insurance, it's okay. We can help with that too. And no one is turned away. With more than 90 locations in Arkansas, there's a good chance we're in your hometown. Look us up at ourcare.net.
Welcome back to the Built Ford Tough Dugout Show, presented by your Arkansas Ford dealers. Test drive Ford F-150, the official truck of the Razorbacks, at a dealer near you. Time now to head inside the Hogs dugout and hear from head coach Dave Van Horn. Here's the voice of the Razorbacks, Phil Elson.
Dave, after yesterday's win and the way that it went down, what's today been like for you and your team before even really knowing who you were going to play today?
Really just recovering, honestly, because that was such a mental high and such a good win to continue to get to play here and get to play again tonight against UCLA. It took a little time to recover mentally, because it was so exciting and so hard to do, so hard to even be watching it, much less be on the field and part of the team. So it was I'm glad we didn't play this afternoon, honestly. I'm glad that we played tonight, get a little more time to get ready for our opponent and kind of move on from it as best we can.
Do you think it's as easy? Well, you just said as best as he can. How easy do you think it is to be able to move on from the emotional high of something like that yesterday onto something that still is immediate as an elimination game?
Yeah, it may take an inning or two to get into the game to do it, but I'm hoping the guys are good. You know, we try not to change up our routine, what we're doing. We don't want them thinking that we're losing our mind or panicking or anything. So we just stay with the same thing that we do all day, and in these type of tournaments. But it just is, get out there and start playing catch and stretching, and we'll hit in the cage here in a minute, and hopefully we'll be able to 100% move on to the game tonight.
Well, and maybe also the idea of hoping that an amazing performance like that can kind of spur your team on and hopefully get the bats going.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, we've got a hit, and we're hoping that they're still excited and know that anything can happen at any time. You can get hot, and we got to start swinging the bats better. We got to drive in runs. If we have any chance to survive here, at least get to tomorrow and get through our bracket, we've got to swing.
What are you seeing from your hitters? Specifically, the middle of the lineup right now is kind of struggling.
Yeah, the middle of the lineup has just been leaving runners out there, honestly, but it's more of pop-ups and getting jammed when you can't get jammed with the runner on 3rd and 1 out. You got to get the ball to the outfield, get the barrel to the ball, and hey, if you swing and miss, don't be late. And hopefully we got that straightened out, and guys are just excited and loose and ready to go.
Do you think in the case of what you're talking about, if you get jammed, is this a physical thing or is it a mental thing?
I think it's more of a mental thing. You got to play free, you got to play loose, and you got to let it go. And I don't think that's happened in a few instances. And then in a couple instances, it's been like there's been too much guessing going on, swinging at pitches out of the pitcher's hand, so to speak, instead of just letting the ball come to you and trying too hard. And that's what happens a lot of times when you're not going well. But the guys that that aren't maybe having the first 2 games like we thought they would, they were going pretty good. Mm-hmm. So hopefully we can get them to loosen up tonight and get after it.
More with Coach Van Horn in just a moment on the Razorback Sports Network from Learfield.
The Hog Call, the siren song of the Cardinal and White. Heard in every corner of Baum Walker Stadium, it's a clear warning for any foe that dares get in their way. Ford knows that strong traditions start with leadership, like Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks 48 years straight. Drive F-150, official truck of the Razorbacks, only at your Arkansas Ford dealer, based on 1977 to 2024 total sales.
Look, you already know eating right and staying active make a big difference, but weight loss surgery could get you back in the game. Check out the Bariatric and Metabolic Institute at Encore Medical Center in Saline County, part of the Arkansas Heart Hospital team. Their bariatric experts can help you lose the extra weight, get off medications, manage diabetes, and more. Visit arheart.com/BMI now for details. That's arheart.com/BMI for weight loss surgery. Your ticket to better health.
A lot of cities claim to be unique, but are they really? Were they the off-season playground for legends like Babe Ruth and Al Capone? Do they sell beer made from thermal spring water that comes straight from the ground below? Do any of these places have a street that has a gangster museum on one side of the road and a national park on the other? Let me go ahead and answer that for you. They don't, because none of them are Hot Springs, Arkansas. For more info, visit hotsprings.org.
We'll be back with more of the Built Ford Tough Dugout Show, presented by your Arkansas Ford dealers and the Ford F-150 after this short break. You're listening to the Razorback Sports Network from Learfield.
As we all live longer, age really is just a number, but retirement is so much more than one. Edward Jones Financial Advisors want to know what you want out of your retirement so we can help you get there. Together, we can look at the big picture and make a strategy to help you reach your goals, because you can't prepare for the unexpected if you don't know where you're headed. Contact your local Edward Jones Financial Advisor to get started today. Visit edwardjones.com or stop by your local Edward Jones office. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Are you looking for a venue to watch sports while enjoying great food from a chef-driven menu? Are you needing an event space for large gatherings, for birthdays, rehearsal dinners, or company meetings and holiday parties? Farrell's Lounge Bar and Grill is Northwest Arkansas's premier sports bar and event space with 24 high-def TVs, 35 beers on tap, extensive menu offerings, and a full bar. Farrell's is the destination for any sports or food fanatic. For more info, go to farrellslounge.com. Farrell's Lounge on Dixon Street, Fayetteville.
Our pregame visit with head coach Dave Van Horn continues on the Built Ford Tough Dugout Show, presented by your Arkansas Ford dealers. Test drive Ford F-150, the official truck of the Razorbacks, at a dealer near you. Now, once again, with Coach Van Horn, here's Phil Elson.
Dave, this is going to be only the 3rd game Arkansas ever plays against UCLA. I haven't played them since 1999. What can you tell us about them?
Yes, it's obviously it's a very storied program, and all they do is win. They have great players. They always have, especially West Coast kids that, they keep. They're one of the teams out there that really keeps the kids from the West from coming out to the SEC and ACC. Always really talented as far as defensively, handle the bat, bunt. They usually do all the little things right. Sometimes maybe not much power, but pitch well. just hard to beat, so to speak. And, I made a comment the other day that myself as a coach, I didn't think I'd ever played them. Mm-hmm. And I don't think I have ever played them before.
I think of the West Coast style of baseball, and they seem to emulate it. Just looking through their numbers, they were 6th in the nation in getting hit by a pitch. Mm-hmm. They've been hit by more pitches than any team in this tournament right now, and they're going to sacrifice in both ways and run the bases a lot.
Yep, that's what they do. They try to kind of get you playing fast and steamroll you a little bit and put together big innings, and then then the other innings it might be just bunt them over, move them over, drive them in, and just kind of slowly beat you up, so to speak. So what we need to do is we need to be really good on offense tonight. If we do that, it's going to be a great game.
And Zach Root gets the ball today. It was so amazing. He was so good for the first 4 batters, and even the 2 hits he allowed, it was just a bunt, a little blooper, and just things that didn't go his way.
Yeah, and it was the 2 walks and the hit by pitch, and then really, the 2 right-handers that were coming up, and Fry was the one that was at the plate when we pulled him, and he's hitting like 450 against lefties, and just like I made this comment the other night. In a normal situation, we leave him in, but with Anderson on the mound, already down 3, wind blowing in, we knew it was going to be super hard to score. We just didn't feel like we could give up another run, honestly, and that's what happened when we brought Gackle in. And we cut it to 3-1 and had an opportunity there to score another run or 2, and we didn't do it. But Root really wanted to pitch. He said he was good yesterday. We said let's get through today and we'll talk about it. And after the game, he said I'm ready to go.
How important is it for Zach to control emotions? I don't know if that was a part of what happened the other day, but is that a thing for him sometimes?
A little bit, but it is with most pitchers at this age, especially in something like this. And hopefully he'll go out and just pepper the zone, make them earn everything they get. We're good with guys getting hits, just don't want to give too much freebie stuff. Hit by pitches and walks, that's what'll get you beat in a big ballpark.
Good luck surviving today against the Bruins.
Okay, thank you.
Stay tuned for the lineups for the Hogs and the Bruins next on the Razorback Sports Network from Learfield.
The Electric Cooperative's got its start lighting Arkansas, and we continue to meet that demand with every resource we can deliver. We're powering your life where you live every single day through one of 17 local cooperatives, each unique, always united, and in your community. Our mission, to provide reliable, affordable, and responsible power to every corner of Arkansas. It's the local hometown cooperative way, because we're better connected together. The Electric Cooperatives of Arkansas.
Make every day an epic day while driving your new Nissan Armada from Trotter Nissan and Saracen Casino Resort. This top-of-the-line Platinum Reserve Edition is a dream drive for wherever your adventure takes you. And you can win this premium SUV from Saracen Casino this month. Play today for your chance at winning Nissan's Armada Platinum Reserve that will take you everywhere and anywhere in style.
Saracen Casino Resort, Vegas, Arkansas style.
Gambling problem? Call 800-GAMBLER.
Hi, Phil Elson here, the voice of Razorback Baseball, to tell you about the unbeatable quality at Harp's Food Stores. From farm fresh produce to the finest cuts in the meat department, Harp's delivers nothing but the best. Whether you're prepping for a tailgate or doing your weekly grocery run, Harp's has you covered, and their friendly staff makes shopping a breeze. Razorback fans, for quality you can trust, there's only one place, Harp's Food Stores. Discover their incredible selection today. Harp's, hometown fresh.
Stay tuned. We'll have more of the Built Ford Tough Dugout Show, presented by your Arkansas Ford dealers and the Ford F-150 coming up. This is Arkansas Baseball from Learfield.
The 11th game of the SEC football tradition known as the Battle Line Rivalry between your Arkansas Razorbacks and the Mizzou Tigers is complete. Look for the tradition presented by Shelter Insurance to grow in the coming years as we continue to heat up the border and support our student athletes with this new rivalry, the Battle Line Rivalry, presented by Shelter Insurance. Find a Shelter agent near you at shelterinsurance.com.
If your day sounds like,
we need the report ASAP,
you deserve Modelo. If you've persevered through, you deserve this rich golden lager with a crisp but refreshing taste. Or if you overcame,
2 more reps, 2 more.
You deserve this ice cold reward. Modelo, the Remarkable Fighter. Drink responsibly. Beer imported by Crown Imports, Chicago, Illinois.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the Razorback Sports Network from Learfield. Welcome back inside Charles Schwab Field, where things are getting a little bit darker. The lights are on, taking some effect. There's plenty of daylight left. It's just we got a lot of cloud cover and could be some rain in the forecast, maybe in an hour or so. But we're supposed to start the game it looks like 6:30 is when we're told first pitch, which usually means 6:37 in ESPN language, because they're the ones controlling all that stuff. The Bruins are warming up down the right field line in their gray uniforms. Of course, the powder blue caps and powder blue socks. They wear the socks all the way up. That's a team rule, apparently. Razorbacks will be the home team for this ball game, so they'll take up the third base dugout. They're wearing the white uniforms, red caps, and it's pretty much the same uniforms they wore for Saturday's game against the LSU Tigers. So it's still a while away from first pitch. Taking a look at what happened earlier today in the College World Series, the LSU Tigers defeated UCLA 9-5. That was a game that started yesterday, and UCLA scored 3 in the top of the first inning against Anthony Ianson, one of the two aces for the LSU pitching staff. And then just could not stop LSU from scoring for a little bit. 4 in the first for the Tigers, 1 in the third. The game was stopped after that, and then they resumed it in the fourth inning today, and LSU kind of cruised 9-5. UCLA made a little bit of noise in the 8th inning, scored a couple of runs, loaded the bases, 2 outs. But Tiger right-hander Mason Shores got out of it and then closed it down in the 9th inning. So Ianson, remember, only threw 44 pitches yesterday in 3 innings. There's a very good chance that the Tigers may start Ianson tomorrow, or they could hold him for a potential second game in a final side on this bracket. But they also started Kason Evans, resuming today's game. So I don't know if they bring him back tomorrow. Doubtful they would. I don't think they could. He threw too many innings. Threw 4 1/3, 68 pitches, so he'd be down. Of course, it'd be interesting to see who they would start tomorrow against the Razorbacks, but you got to get to tomorrow first. And the thing about this LSU ball club is they have been hitting. I mean, they scored 5 on 9 hits against LSU, and if you can score 3 against Anthony Ianson in the first inning, you can put bat on ball, and that's kind of what they specialize in. They don't strike out very much, 6.5 times per game over the course of the season. And they hit 297 as a team. They were hit by 137 pitches. That's the 6th most in the nation. And they've been hit by 18 pitches in just 7 games since the regional started. And that leads all the teams that have been playing in the NCAA postseason. In fact, it's kind of interesting to look at this. Well, you know how the Hogs, they have 8 batters in the lineup that have hit at least 10 home runs. Well, UCLA has 7 batters that have been hit by at least 10 pitches. So that's the thing they specialize in. They've been hit by more pitches than they have home runs and doubles. Usually those are things that go the other way around. Arkansas has been hit by 84 pitches. They have more home runs, more doubles than hit by pitch. And remember, there was a hit by pitch for Zach Root that got him into trouble against LSU. So these guys will be leaning into it. They're going to be looking to get hit by a pitch. That sometimes is a point of emphasis for teams when they're hitting. Not every team is like that, but that's exactly one of the things that this team uses to have an on-base percentage of .413, which is, this is a team that can really get on base. The Hogs actually have a higher on-base percentage, but they do it more with walks and hits. UCLA can hit, but they can also get hit, which I think they're going to try today. Right now, UCLA still warming up. They sent out some orange cones along the warning track in right field. The Hogs down the left field line, and the infield's being watered. Both teams took batting practice in the tunnels while the previous game was being played, but they should have time for infield, outfield right here on the field in front of whatever fans are coming in, because the gates are open, and there are Razorback fans and UCLA fans making their way into the stadium right now. Looks like first pitch will be right at 6:30, so it's not going to be 6:37 as they handed us this timing sheet. And it's all counting down to the first pitch right at 6:30. So let's have a look at the starting lineups for Arkansas and UCLA. In only the third ever meeting with these two programs, UCLA swept Arkansas in a midweek series in Fayetteville in 1999. Today's starting lineups are presented by Daspit Law Firm, proud to be the official injury lawyers of the Razorbacks. Hogs are the home team, third seed, 49 wins, 14 defeats. Boy, it'd be great to get to 50, wouldn't it? 6-1 in the NCAA tournament. This will be the 8th game played on a neutral site. They've won 4, losing 3. There's a little change in the lineup, and it's near the bottom of the order. Batting leadoff is left fielder Charles Davillon. Vahiva Aloy hitting second at shortstop. Logan Maxwell looking to get off the schneid with 0 for 7 so far in Omaha. He'll bat third playing right field. Ryder Helfrich collected his only hit of the last 3 games yesterday, a single, but obviously he deserves a lot of credit for the no-hitter since he called the game behind the dish. Helfrich, the Razorback cleanup batter and catching. Second baseman Cam Koziel hits 5th. Kuhia Waloy in the 6th hole and DHing. There's a change, 7 and 8. Reese Robinette bumped up to 7th in the batting order playing first base. Brent Iredale, who's slumping, 4 for 25 in the tournament, is batting 8th at third base. Justin Thomas Jr. still taking up number 9 in the batting order after finishing 4 for 4 yesterday. Thomas, the Razorback center fielder. That's Davillon in left, Vahiva Aloy at short, Maxwell in right, Helfrich catching, Koziel second base, Kuhia Waloy DH, Robinette first base, Iredale third base, and Thomas in center field. The UCLA Bruins are the 15th overall seed, coached by John Savage. It was kind of cool. I was talking to the UCLA broadcaster. You know how Arkansas has had 2 coaches since 1970? UCLA is on their 3rd coach since the end of World War II. So these are 2 programs that certainly appreciate stability. John Savage is in his 21st season as the UCLA coach. Came from UC Irvine previously. Coached them to the 2013 National Championship. That was the last time the Bruins made it to Omaha. This is the 4th time they're here under John Savage and the 6th time that the Bruins play in the College World Series. 48 wins and 17 defeats for UCLA. They finished the Big Ten with a 22-8 conference record, which was tied with Oregon for the overall for overall first place. They lost the Big Ten championship game to Nebraska, and that's one of their only 2 losses in the last 13 games. They're 6-1 in the NCAA tournament. They won their first 6 and are 6-2 on a neutral site. Batting leadoff for the Bruins tonight is left fielder Dean West. Rock Chalowski, potentially the best player in the country. He is the shortstop for UCLA, batting second. .355 average, 23 home runs, 74 runs batted in, and 80 scored. Chalowski can do it all. He plays shortstop. He's a sophomore, and he may very well go first overall in the 2026 Major League Baseball draft. First baseman for UCLA is Mulavai Levu. He bats third. Roman Martin, the third baseman, bats fourth. A.J. Salgado, the number 5 batter in right field. Peyton Brennan is the center fielder. He'll bat 6th. They're switching their designated hitter up. Toussaint Bythewood batting 7th, the DH. It will be only his 4th start of the year. He's had 16 at-bats on the season and 5 base hits. Cashel Duggar, the UCLA catcher, bats 7th. And Phoenix Call is the second baseman, batting 9th. Again, for UCLA, it's West in left, Chalowski at short, Levu first base, Martin third base, Salgado right field, Brennan center field, Bythewood DH, Duggar catching, Call at second base. And the starting pitchers, it's Zach Root for the Razorbacks. Junior left-hander out of Fort Myers, transferring out of ECU. Will be his 2nd appearance here in the College World Series. And Root's 19th start, records 8-6. 222 average allowed, 94 1/3 innings, 33 walks, 121 strikeouts. ERA is 3.82. Only faced 10 batters against UCLA on Saturday. 1 2/3 innings, set down the first 4, got only 1 out the rest of the way, and it was on a potential double play ball in the 2nd inning in which a run did score. It finished with 3 runs charged on 2 hits, 2 walks, and a hit batsman struck out 2 batters. You'd love to see Zach Root get back to what we saw against Tennessee, or just at least the first 4 batters against LSU. And on the bump for the Bruins, this is a big surprise, is Cody Del Vecchio. Del Vecchio is a right-hander. He's a junior from Mission Hills, California. Just about every one of their players is from the Golden State. and he was a reliever the last 2 years. He started this season as the Friday starter for UCLA and was taken out of the rotation at the end of March, not for an injury reason. UCLA's on quarters academically, and the new quarter just started, so he's able to get back out and play. This will be his first pitching appearance since March 28th, when he started against Purdue and beat the Boilermakers 8-5, lasting 5 innings. He gave up 4 runs on 7 base hits. He's really only had a couple of good outings. In 7 starts, he's 1-3. Batters have hit .279 against, 33 innings, 36 hits, and 22 of those 36 hits have gone for extra bases, including 8 home runs. He's walked 12, struck out 36. His ERA is the second highest for UCLA at 6.82. But you doubt that he'll be out there really for very long, because one defining characteristic about the UCLA pitching staff is that they've got guys who pitch almost every game, or at least every other game. 65 games played for UCLA this year. They have 8 pitchers who've appeared in at least 20 games. And then there's 3 others who've appeared in 19 and another in 18. So they're going to mix and match as you go throughout the game. Once Del Vecchio's out of the ball game, I imagine John Savage will be making quite a few more trips to the pitcher's mound to set up lefty-lefty, righty-righty, ground ball guys when he looks for a ground ball. So that means it's a game that could take a little bit longer, because UCLA, they make some pitching changes. That's one thing we certainly expect to see today. Those are the starting lineups. They're being presented by Daspit Law Firm, proud to be the official injury lawyers of the Arkansas Razorbacks. All right, we still have about 19 minutes before first pitch here at the home of the College World Series here at Charles Schwab Field. Smaller crowd will be gathering, I imagine. I know a lot of folks had to head home after Saturday's game, and hoping that they might be able to make it back to Omaha if the Hogs continue to play over the weekend. But it's going to be still a Razorback crowd. UCLA, kind of an interesting situation that they've got with their stadium. Jackie Robinson Stadium is where UCLA plays. They'll have more fans inside this stadium for this game potentially than they had in their home ballpark almost all year long. Not a lot of fans were able to make it into Jackie Robinson Stadium this year. As a matter of fact, most of the crowds looked like there were about 603, 509, 573. They don't get very large crowds, but that's also because the ballpark UCLA plays in front on it sits on Veterans Administration land. The VA would rather that land right now is used for potential housing construction for homeless veterans, which I think would make some sense. But that's put UCLA baseball in a little bit of a bind. They didn't even have access to their ballpark in the fall because the VA locked the gates, didn't even allow them inside. They were able to find an agreement with the Veterans Administration to continue playing for at least this year, but their fans had to park more than a mile away and shuttle to the stadium. So even some people that would be Bruins fans might have thought that's a little bit more of a trouble than they'd like to take under. So, yeah, they just didn't play in front of a lot of people this year. They'll have more people in this stadium today than they might have had watch them for the entire season. And by the start of July, they may have to find a brand new home for their baseball program. And they've made the College World Series, and they don't even know where they're going to be playing next year. So it's kind of bonkers when you think about it. All right, let's break here on our Built Ford Tough Dugout Show. We'll continue to just try to kill some time as we're about 17 minutes away from first pitch. The Hogs on the UCLA Bruins here at the home of the College World Series, and we return in a moment on the Razorback Sports Network from Learfield.
My name is Trevor Brazil. I'm a power forward for the Arkansas Razorbacks. The fan base is crazy in a good way. They always bring energy. We would struggle in games without them. As soon as I got injured, I knew I was probably going to have to, get some type of surgery. Immediately I just kind of put all my trust in UAMS. Knowing that we have doctors always around during the game, it makes you feel good because, if anything happens, they're always right there.
UAMS Health, the official orthopedics and sports medicine provider for Razorback Athletics. Sonic Radio. CIO coming to you live from the red carpet, and here comes the star of the summer, sweet topped lemonade from Sonic. Wow, looking delicious as always. Tell us, what are you wearing?
Oh, this? Just a little blueberry lavender number. I was going for something tart and sweet.
Incredible! And is that cold foam on top? So chic. I wouldn't mind taking a sip of that.
Dude.
Wait, that came out wrong.
Try sweet top lemonades from Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
Quit tobacco today with Be Well Arkansas. Be Well Arkansas can help you be healthier, happier, and more active by quitting tobacco. And you can do it all with local resources at no cost to you. Call 833-283-WELL or visit BeWellArkansas.org today for free help. Because it's never too late to be well. Brought to you by the Arkansas Department of Health, Your Tobacco Settlement Dollars at Work, and Be Well Arkansas.
We'll be back with more of the Built Ford Tough Dugout Show presented by your Arkansas Ford dealers and the Ford F-150 after this short break. You're listening to the Razorback Sports Network from Learfield.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be on your tongue? Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Experience Razorback football on the Hill this fall as quarterback Taylon Green, defensive stalwart Cam Ball, and the Hogs will be returning to action for great home matchups, including the August 30th home opener. The first ever matchup with Notre Dame, the Fighting Irish, on September 27th, and a matchup against Texas A&M inside Razorback Stadium for the first time since 2013. Secure your tickets online right now at ArkansasRazorbacks.com.
Stage is set.
No, the only special thing was I didn't want to go home.
1 out away from something that's much bigger than a win in Omaha. He struck him out swinging. Gage Wood no-hits him, and the Hogs win it 3-0.
No one talked about it in the dugout except for G-Baby, our bad boy.
The greatest game ever pitched at the University of Arkansas. Here in downtown Omaha, Gage Wood throws a no-hitter and completes the game with 19 strikeouts his last 5.
So close to the perfect game. There's nothing being said or talked about in our dugout. We're just going to let him roll.
It was really special, I'd say, for him to do that and just be able to catch the last ball and give him a big hug. It was awesome.
8 teams enter Omaha, but only one will be crowned a national champion.
Everybody's really fired up for him, but yeah, the main thing is we're still here and we're still playing.
Not really worrying about the next day or the next day because we had to take care of today. So same for tonight.
One pitch at a time, 1 out at a time, 1 inning at a time. Don't get too far ahead of yourself. Just the game. Don't make it over much than it is.
It's their fraternity. We're lucky to have that. It's coaching, but it's also a lot of hard work from these players, obviously. And I say this all the time. They're the ones that win the games. They're the ones that put in all the work.
Welcome to live play-by-play coverage of the Omaha Hogs in the College World Series. Razorback Baseball is brought to you by West Rock Coffee, produced right here in Arkansas. West Rock is proud to be the official coffee of the Razorbacks. Your Arkansas Ford dealers. Test drive Ford F-150, the official truck of the Razorbacks, at a dealer near you. By Arkansas Blue Cross and Blue Shield, trusted by Arkansans for more than 75 years for reliable, affordable health insurance. Take good care, Arkansas. Coca-Cola, proud to be the official soft drink sponsor of the Razorbacks. Saracen Casino Resort, Vegas, Arkansas style. Sonic Drive-In. Sonic has been a proud sponsor of Razorback Athletics for over 25 years. Live free. Eat Sonic. By UANS Health, the official orthopedics and sports medicine provider for the Razorbacks. First Security Bank. It's banking with people you know and people you know you can count on. First Security. Bank better. By Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Please drink responsibly. Summit Utilities, delivering natural gas to Razorback fans across Arkansas. By Shelter Insurance. For award-winning service, find an agent near you at shelterinsurance.com. Bud Anderson, the official heating and cooling provider of the Razorbacks. By Harps, quality foods, hometown fresh. It's that simple at Harps. Arkansas Heart Hospital, dedicated to your heart. And by Visit Hot Springs. Time for a road trip to Hot Springs, Arkansas. Learn more at hotsprings.org.
I've said this all year that this is a special group. These guys have fun.
Inside Charles Schwab Field with Bubba Carpenter. Here's Phil Elson.
Welcome back inside Charles Schwab Field, home of the College World Series, the 75th anniversary of this city hosting this outstanding tournament. The Razorbacks are in town, 1-1 in the College World Series, taking on UCLA for just the third time ever. This is an elimination game. The winner takes on the LSU Tigers tomorrow night in the bracket final. And we're also going to be fighting against the weather potentially, but we're going to be able to start this game on time. Good to be next to my partner, Bubba Carpenter, a member of the University of Arkansas Hall of Honor, former major leaguer, and he's got our keys to the game. They're being presented by Keller Williams Market Pro Realty. Visit them at kwrazorbacks.com because every hog needs a new home. Bubba, nobody wants it to end. Let's get another dub. How do they do it?
Phil, it's pretty simple. I think the key is Zach Root. We need Zach Root to get, if we're going to win this thing, we need Zach Root to get back on track, and I think tonight's the night for him to do it. I think the pitchers are riding real high after last night. And then the second thing is our offense. We need our offense to get back on track. 4 runs in 2 days isn't going to get it done. We got to put some runs up on the board tonight if we expect to keep winning here.
Do you got to worry about the weather at all? I mean, if you're one of the players here, you just kind of put your head down and play until they tell you to stop, right?
Yep, I think you do. I think if you're Zach, you don't worry about it. If you're players, try to score early and often and not worry about the weather.
Mindset should be good for this game. We're going to see if this Gage Wood no-hitter spurs them along. We'd love to believe that that's what's going to kind of get these bats going. You never quite know in this game, though.
I just feel good, Phil. I don't know. I just feel good about it. You know, they're down there hitting in the cages and down in the dugout. The players are upbeat right now. I think they're ready to play ball.
Well, I'm ready to play ball, too. Stay with us. It's first pitch. The Razorbacks looking to stay alive here in Omaha against UCLA. This is Arkansas baseball from Learfield.
Experience luxury at Oaklawn Hot Springs, Arkansas, where the excitement never stops. Elevate your gaming experience at our world-class smoke-free casino and enjoy an unparalleled stay at our hotel. Find bliss at the Astral Spa, embark on culinary adventures, and witness the thrill of live thoroughbred racing through May 3rd. To book your experience, visit oaklawn.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
With Toyota's versatile SUVs, you'll be ready for any adventure, no matter who you're adventuring with. Bringing your furry co-pilot along? The RAV4's Power Pack Performance is bound to spark some zoomies. Right, buddy? Going out on the town with your partner in crime? Scoop them up in the Corolla Cross. Its sleek design will make up for the fact that you're always fashionably late. No matter who you're rolling with, there's a Toyota SUV fit just for you. Visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota is a proud sponsor of Razorback Athletics. Razorback power, razor sharp style. Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at toyota.com for feature availability.
The Omaha Hogs play here. The Razorback Sports Network from Learfield.
Go-Go Squeeze is super excited to be on the field with University of Arkansas athletes. With a variety of deliciously fruity flavors, there's something for the whole Razorback family to enjoy. Go-Go Squeeze offers delicious fruit blend pouches that are gluten-free and nut-free. For active people, Go-Go Squeeze Active Fruit Blend with electrolytes can help replenish some of the essential minerals lost during exercise. Check out our whole line of pantry-friendly fruit and dairy products at most major retailers and online. So grab a Go-Go Squeeze and let's cheer on our Razorbacks together. Go Hogs!
Wood Power Sports is passionate about serving your off-road and on-road needs. Between our 3 locations, we carry brands like Polaris, Can-Am, Kawasaki, Honda, Yamaha, KTM, CF Moto, and Suzuki. We are your one-stop shop for everything power sports. Our service and parts teams are experienced and will work hard to keep you and your vehicle on the road or trail. Come see us in Fayetteville, Springdale, or Harrison, or visit us online at woodpowersports.com. We look forward to earning your business. Wood Power Sports, a solid name you can trust. Go Hogs!
right, we are back. We've got a few minutes until first pitch. Arkansas and UCLA just waiting out the next few minutes. About 6 minutes until it all starts. It means it'll be a couple minutes until Zach Root gets out there and begins to warm up. A lot of open seats at the moment here at Charles Schwab Field. A lot of open seats. Upper deck, general admission bleachers. The seats behind home plate might be either a late arriving crowd or just a bit of a smaller crowd, which you don't get too often when Arkansas is playing here.
Hope they're not scared of the weather.
I know, that's another thing that could end up being a reason why some people may stay away and figure that, well, they may be in Omaha, but they may end up watching the game just on television anyway. That's the thing that stands out when you come here. You go to some of the places downtown, people come here to sit at bars and restaurants and just watch the World Series on TV without even going to the game in some cases. It's kind of, I'm not going to say it's crazy, but I think if you make all the effort to come here, you might get into the stadium. But I've met a few people that just watch them on TV at the local establishments.
But can't you do that at home? I
guess you don't get that Omaha vibe, right?
Put you a World Series banner up in your house and just sit on your couch? I don't know.
I'd rather be here. I'd rather be here next to you.
Well, thank you, Phil.
With our brand new dead fly in the radio booth. I wasn't going to bring it up, but we still have a few minutes to kill here. There's a new dead fly in the radio booth. I killed this one myself because I don't even think that's a fly, Bubba. I think that's a queen mosquito who's going to make us a little bit uncomfortable as the game went along. So I took care of her, and we're just going to leave it in the booth and see what happens with it.
That thing's kind of smashed. It's not going in my sarcophagus.
You sure?
No.
What if the Hogs win this game?
Ooh. Maybe.
It's a bloody fly. It's a little gross. I don't know if I want you carrying that thing around.
Yeah, that's a little nasty. Let's just leave him sitting there, Phil.
Okay, we'll let him. Maybe I'll throw him away. Maybe it depends on how the start of the game goes here. Our umpires, by the way, Gregory Street will be on balls and strikes. Jeff Heads at first base. Scott Latondra at second base, and Kellen Levy is the third base umpire. We remember Head was the plate umpire on Saturday. A little bit hot and cold, especially with pitches outside. He's a pretty good base umpire, so I don't think there's too much to worry about. And even the umpires like to take pregame photos amongst themselves. It's a remembrance for everybody, no matter who it is. When you walk inside this stadium, fan, concessionaire, broadcaster, player, coach, it's always a special thing to be inside Charles Schwab Field.
What do you think about DeBrar last night? You think he got excited to call that no-hitter?
Heck yeah. And it's not like he can have an opinion as to if he'd want to see one or not, but absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you remember, and I remember hearing this. This would have been, I think it was the last foul ball that they hit off of Gage Wood, and it ricocheted off of DeBrawer's mask. And I thought I heard him say something about I feel a little woozy, but he stayed on the field, obviously, and finished the ball game. Yeah, I think that's definitely something that not that he wouldn't remember no matter what, but it's not an achievement for an umpire, but nobody had a better view of it than him.
You think he got a picture with Gage?
I think that's allowed.
I don't know if that is or not. It might not look good on social media, especially if you're the opposing team.
Yeah, umpires and players and coaches aren't supposed to fraternize outside of the outside of the stadium. They'll nod. You know what it's like. They'll give each other the nod. They'll walk right by him, give him the nod. I know you, you know me, but we're not going to talk to each other. Hogs have taken the field. Home whites, Zach Root will make sure he doesn't step on the third base line on his way to the pitcher's mound. He gets his first hand check by second base umpire Scott Latondra. You think anybody's been found with any sticky stuff on the hands this year? I doubt it.
No. Just Georgia pitchers.
Yeah, they've made such a big deal of the thing, too. And you just end up watching remember when they started doing that in the major leagues? And they made such a big deal. Open up your, look behind your belt. And even some guys would take their belt off for crying out loud in front of the dugout. All the college umpires I only see them look at each other's hands. It's like they're playing It's like they're almost like, slip me some skin, man. They just look at each other's hands. That's it.
You know what gets me, though, when a guy gives up 6 runs, just gets absolutely lit up, and he's walking off the field, limping off the field, and the umpire checks his hands. I'm like, dude, come on. He just got lit up. Don't check his hands.
Don't check don't check the hands, sir. Check my earned run average. All right, Zach Root, ready to go. This is, I thought it was a really interesting choice with Root, not being critical of the decision at all, but I think it also shows the mindset for this team. It's like Dave said yesterday. You can't, when you're managing your pitching staff and you're in an elimination game, there is no tomorrow.
You're right.
And so you can't save Zach Root for tomorrow. It's not like he threw too many pitches on Saturday, 38 of them in 1 2/3 innings facing 10 batters.
Well, and I think I feel better against him throwing against UCLA than coming back against LSU tomorrow.
Yes.
I feel better him pitching this game and saving somebody else for tomorrow. I just think it works better.
Well, and I don't know who it is that they would save, because it's also going to have to do with who pitches tonight. And you got a lot of pitchers that are ready to go. I mean, if Root doesn't have it, there's basically everybody except Gabe Gackle and Gage Wood are ready for you.
You know what's funny is I saw Gabe Gackle in the hallway today and said, "How your arm feel?" He said, "You're a little sore," and he goes, "Nope, I'm ready to go."
Of course he is. No, I'm sure he would be. He'd love to get out there, but there's plenty of guys that are that would love the chance, and I think they'll get it. Dean West about to step into the batter's box. Roots completed the warm-ups. Isn't it crazy this is only the 3rd time the Hogs in a UCLA play baseball?
Yeah, that's kind of crazy to think.
Roots waiting to be told. Throw that first pitch, and West steps in. Left-handed batter, and of course Roots a lefty as well. Bright lights, 6:30. Here we go. First pitch is high. Ball 1 underway right at 6:30. Cloudy skies in downtown Omaha. Temperatures are 77 degrees. Winds blowing in from center softly, but the winds are always blowing in from center here. 1-0 on Dean West. Root winds up and fires in a strike with a fastball at 93. West hitting .317. His on-base percentage is .470. And he's been hit by 21 pitches. So watch out. He's already crowding the plate. They're going to crowd the plate all game. Roots 1-1. Low. First breaking pitch of the day for Zach Root. 2 balls and a strike on Dean West, a sophomore from Woodland Hills, California. Every one of their starters is from California except for one, and it's their top player, Chalowski, the shortstop. He's from Chandler, Arizona. 2-1. The pitch to West. Swung on, grounded up the middle. Kojal looks to backhand. It does, and won't throw the ball. Didn't have a play anyway. Dean West has an infield single to start the game.
Well, I tell you what, that's a 57-mile-an-hour single right there.
It's a lot like, remember, Root only gave up 2 base hits Saturday, and the 2 hits were a bunch single and a blooper. It's just sometimes you find the spots where there aren't any fielders. So West is aboard. He's a guy that can steal the base, 13 of them. You wonder if they're going to play small ball early. They even bunt Chalowski sometimes, who's leading them with 23 home runs, which is the most of anybody in the tournament. Here's the pitch to Chalowski. He swings and pops it foul. Will make the upper deck on the right side. Rock Chalowski. Rock is R-O-C-H. 6'2", 200, a sophomore. Not draft eligible until next year. Root ready with an 0-1 count. Here's the pitch. A swing and a soft fly over Aloy. Base hit into center. West holds at second base. Thomas is on it quickly, and there's 2 runners for the Bruins. No outs. Well, another soft base hit.
Yeah, 74 on that. Got in his kitchen, a little cutter inside, and jammed him just enough to get over Vaheva's head.
I wanted it to get a little bit more inside. 2-1, nobody out. Mulavai Levu is their first baseman. Levu's a left-handed batter, .321 average with 12 home runs. If they're going to play small ball, they'll bunt in a spot like this potentially, but maybe not in the first inning. Robinette playing behind Chalowski at first base. Here's the pitch. No bunt. Takes low. Ball 1.
He looks like a double play candidate, Phil.
Yes, he does. 6'1", 205. A little thicker in the trunk.
That looks like a little more, a couple biscuits more than 205.
Aloy's behind West at shortstop as he leads. Here's the pitch. And Root fires a strike on the inside with a slider. 1-1.
Yeah, we're having TrackMan issues.
It's not issues. You just got to get your zoom zoomed correctly. Ball and a strike on Levu. Root sets and deals. Swing and a miss. Fooled him with a fastball, thinking something else.
Yeah, that was a late swing right there. A couple breaking balls to start off the at-bat, and then a fastball away.
Roman Martin, the number 4 batter on deck, with 2 on and no outs in this first inning. Hogs outfield shifting a little bit towards left. Big lead by Chalowski. Pitches swung on, popped up behind the plate, and going to make the seats. Actually move over the third base dugout. You see Chalowski with that ginormous bluff. Nobody's covering first, not going to hold him on, so he can't throw over there. UCLA averaging 8.7 runs in the tournament, 348 batting average in the tournament. This is a team that can hit, and they don't strike out too often. Then again, Murray State didn't strike out too much before yesterday. Root ready with a 1-2. Low, and it's even on Levu.
Went to that cutter again.
Just wonder if there's anything in Root's repertoire that could be a little off from pitching 2 days ago. You wonder which pitch it is.
We'll find out here in just a minute.
From the belt, Root with a 2-2. Levu swings a high fly into right center field, chased by Maxwell and Thomas. Thomas takes over, makes the catch, both runners tagging. The throw coming to second base, and Chalowski's ahead of it. Both runners advance. Second and third, 1 out. Ball carried.
Yeah, that went farther than I thought it was going to. It was hit 100 miles an hour, but it was hit high.
That ball carried a lot farther than you would have seen a ball carry yesterday. You know, storms came in. The climate's changed a little bit. It's cooler than it was yesterday. And the wind doesn't seem to have too much of an effect on the ball. Root working from the windup on UCLA cleanup batter Roman Martin. Runner second and third with 1 out. Hogs play the infield back. Martin bats right-handed, 321, 9 homers, 61 runs batted in. Here's the pitch. Fastball outside. Martin's on an 8-game hit streak, had a double and hit by a pitch in their loss to LSU that was concluded this afternoon. He's one of their guys that'll strike out a little bit. 1 ball, no strikes. Root with a deep breath. West trying to get at his attention. Pitch. Low. 2-0.
You know, I wonder if they might just kind of pitch around him just a little bit here. Put him on, you know, if you walk him, you walk him. Unintentional, intentional walk, and face the lefty who's up next.
That's A.J. Salgado, who's on deck. He's a dangerous hitter. Anybody in the middle of the batting order here in Omaha should be dangerous. Roots behind Martin, 2-0. Next pitch is high, ball 3.
Phil, he doesn't, like, that's a 94-mile-an-hour fastball up. He doesn't quite have as much on his fastball as he did 2 days ago.
96 on Saturday.
Yeah, he's 96, 97.
You can pitch with 94. You got to have better command, though. 3-0. The pitch to Martin is a strike.
That's 95 right there on the black.
Gregory Street's got a pretty dramatic strike call, too. No one's going to be fooled by him. 3-1 on Roman Martin. Sophomore from Whittier, California. 14 RBIs during his 8-game hitting streak. Root looking to climb back into the at-bat. The 3-1 pitch is a low strike 2. Martin had stepped over the plate thinking he had first base.
Boy, he painted that pitch.
So that's 95 on the low outside corner. Really a good pitch on any count. 3-1. You wouldn't expect Martin swings at that. Maybe now he can chase. Full count, men at second and third. West still coming about a third of the way down the third base line. Root kicks and deals. Fouled into the screen. He attacked him with a high fastball. Bubby's got that velocity back.
Yeah, that's 97 right there. Boy, he dialed it up when he needed it. It's a good job by him just fighting off that pitch.
I think with Root, it's not even a matter of, you don't have to save anything for later in the game. You go out there, give what you got. You got a full bullpen behind you.
Yep.
This will be the seventh pitch from Root to Roman Martin. Times called. The plate umpire, Gregory Street, signaling that the batter hadn't engaged Root's eyes.
No, he was still looking down at his feet.
Dean West looks like he's thinking about stealing home.
Boy, he sped him up right there with 97. I wonder if he'll go change up or backdoor breaking ball right here.
West out to his lead, foul territory. Starts to come home, stops. Root winds and throws 3-2. Little dribbler foul by Martin.
He went breaking ball in. That's a good pitch. That's actually a perfect pitch. Good job by Martin just to fight that pitch off. Phil, that's two really good two-strike pitches. I mean, you don't want to give him anything fat right here. I'd rather have him at first than standing on second with a double.
Martin looking to the plate, now looks at the mound, and Root's ready to go. Be the eighth pitch. It's 3-2. Low breaking ball. Walked him to load the bases. So an infield single, a bloop single, a fly out, and a walk.
So, Phil, you could look at the runner. The base runner at second was signaling down because Ryder put his glove down and motioned down. So the runner at second's motioning down with his hands.
Got some Razorback pitchers headed out to the bullpen. Just about the right time if you have a little trouble in the first inning. Landon Beidelshees and Aiden Jimenez entering the bullpen in left field.
Look, this is nothing. I mean, this is a weak ground ball up the middle, 57 miles an hour, blooper 74.
It's just that's some of the same stuff that got to Root the other day.
I know.
You know, Dave took him out more because of the batter that he was about to face. But it's a little bit, it feels a little bit like Groundhog Day here.
You need a big strikeout right here or double play ball.
A.J. Salgado, left-handed batter. Salgado's hit into 7 double plays this year. .317 average, 12 homers, 23 other extra base hits. He's driven in 55. It's lefty versus lefty. Bases loaded. Hogs playing Aloy a little bit up the middle from short. The windup and the pitch. Salgado takes a strike right down the middle.
Boy, I don't know what he was looking for right there. He must have been looking off speed, Phil. That's center cut.
Salgado's a senior and is the only senior in this lineup for UCLA. Root with that deep breath and the shoulder shrug. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss. Good breaking pitch chased by Salgado. Nothing in 2.
He's got to go back out there again.
Yeah, you got to throw it away, not near the strike zone. More where it was just thrown.
Yeah, you need the strikeout right here with 1 out. Got to have that K.
Left-hand batting Peyton Brennan on deck. Roots 0-2. Check swing. The appeal's denied. Good block by Helfrich on a slider that bounced.
It's all right. I like that 0-2 pitch right there. Almost got the swing.
Jimenez is up and throwing from the bullpen mound. Beidelshees throwing a ball off the back of the bullpen wall. With Root and A.J. Salgado in a battle, here's the 1-2. Hard line drive caught at shortstop. Aloy makes the catch. It's the only out he can get, though. It's a good job by the UCLA runners freezing on a low line drive. You weren't sure if it was going to hit the dirt. And I think if you're Vihiva, you wanted it to hit the dirt.
So that's what I was going to say. He could have played that on a hop. Oh, he could have played that on a hop.
Yeah,
Phil. That's an easy double play.
He could have also dropped it on purpose.
You're right. Well, or he could have misplayed the hop.
Well, that was a harder hit ball. Peyton Brennan's next. Left-handed batter, 298.
I mean, it was serious.
Here comes West to the plate. He throws home the tag, and they got him to end the inning. Dean West tried to steal home plate on Zach Root. He said he was safe. He's going to ask for a review. West just kept coming down the line. I mean, ever since he got there, he tried to get all of Zach Root's attention. Root stepped off the mound. He did not throw a pitch. He stepped off the mound, threw to Helfrich. Ryder had to reach a little bit across his body, then swipe in front of the plate. I think he got him.
Well, it's close, Phil. He tagged him up high. He didn't get the glove down on the ground soon enough.
West diving head first to the plate.
I think he got him.
You think he's got him on the right shoulder as West dives to the corner. It's a matter of if his right fingers got to the corner of the plate before Helfrich's glove. The Ryder did hold on to the ball on the tag. Man, you can't tell from the ground angle because you can't tell where the plate is. You're going to have to go from an angle that's a little higher.
Right.
We get a look from a third base camera. Tagged. I think he's out. John Savage talking to the umpires for a moment, too.
He clipped him on the forearm.
Bubba, when's the last time you saw somebody try a straight steal of home?
He's out, Phil.
It doesn't happen very much.
No, you don't see that. But you called it. You could see him timing Zach up.
Yeah, he got about a half of the baseline lead before Root stepped off and he fired home.
If they don't call him out, I'm going to have a meltdown.
They're showing from the ump camera now as Ryder dives out. You can't.
Play to plate is preferred as out.
There you go. Caught stealing at home plate. What a job by Ryder Helfrich. 1-2 on the caught stealing. And UCLA is turned aside in the top of the first. No runs, 2 hits, 2 left, and a man caught stealing home. Time for a road trip. Hit the jackpot with a trip to Hot Springs National Park, Arkansas, and its #1 attraction, Oaklawn Hot Springs. Plan a trip at hotsprings.org and oaklawn.com. Root gets out of it. Hogs batting in the first after this from Blue Cross.
What does care look like through the years? From the first memories to the treasured moments. From life's accomplishments to life's challenges. We're here for you, body and mind. Arkansas Blue Cross and Blue Shield has been taking care of families for more than 75 years, providing health insurance and peace of mind with the kind of coverage that ensures your best days are ahead. Take good care, Arkansas.
You know that list? The one that starts at mow the yard and ends somewhere around level the driveway. Well, your John Deere tractor is built for giving that honey-do list a run for its money. The Lawn Patrol is built for keeping grass in line. The Chore Buster is built for hard-packed progress. And the Diamond Digger is built for pushing forward when the shovel gave up. Whatever the task, Greenway's tractor packages are built with one thing in mind, making more time for what matters. Find yours today at gogreenway.com.
You're listening to Arkansas baseball in the NCAA Division I Baseball Championship. Here again, Bill Elseth.
So it may be that kind of ball game, huh? It's a crazy top of the first inning for Zach Root. 2 soft singles, a walk to load the bases. The only hard hit ball, which I even think wasn't all that hard hit, the line drive to Aloy, and then a caught stealing of home plate.
No, the line drive to Aloy was 77. I mean, he got jammed on that pitch. None of those balls are hit hard. The sac fly, the one that moved the runners up, was hit 100 miles an hour, but it was hit high. It just kept carrying. It was like 36-degree launch angle. So, I mean, that's a good job by Zach to work out of that. And they must not trust their hitter, Brennan, right there, to steal home and make that last out.
It's shocking to think about. You have bases loaded in the first inning, and you're trying to steal home?
Yeah.
That's being married to your philosophy, huh?
Well, I mean, that's West Coast baseball right there, Phil. I mean, that sums it up in a nutshell right there.
Run yourself out of an inning is what they did. Cody Del Vecchio getting the surprise start for LSU. Tigers already have used their 2 main starters in Michael Barnett and Landon Stump. Ian Mays, a guy that started a few games, but he pitched earlier today in relief. So they're going with a starter who hasn't made an appearance since March. Cody Del Vecchio, their second highest ERA, 6.82. Charles Davalon leads it off against the righty with a head-over-hand windup. And the first pitch is a strike, a fastball at 95. Davalon, Vahiva Aloy, and Logan Maxwell here in this first inning, and hopefully a lot more. Delvecchio working with his right foot on the first base side of the rubber. Hands overhead. Here's the 0-1. Strike 2 call. Little cutter down to the bottom.
Yeah, right at the bottom of that zone. Perfect location.
Davalon's 3 for 8 in Omaha. In a couple of singles yesterday, a stolen base, an RBI, and a run scored. He's been chasing a little bit. Delvecchio brings in the 0-2 pitch. Low on Davalon. Another cutter, and one that came in with high velocity, 94. 1-2 on Davalon, hitting a team-high 355 for the season. His on-base percentage is also number 1 for the team. Pitch. There's a line drive into left, the base hit past the third baseman. A single for Charles Davalon to start the first, and that one was hit hard.
That was 101 off the bat, Phil. That's a great piece of hitting right there for Davalon. Kept his nose on the ball. That's a fastball outside corner. Just stayed on it.
Remember, the Razorbacks sent a couple of pitchers into the bullpen during the last inning. I think UCLA's got a lot of pitchers in that pen to start the game.
They don't know what they're going to get out of this dude.
Vahiva Aloy in the 2-hole. He's 3 for 8 in Omaha. Single and double yesterday and an RBI. Davalon out to his lead. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. It's a good firm fastball that Delvecchio throws.
He's got a little bit of carry on that. I was going to read you the scouting report, and I kept losing it.
High set position by Delvecchio, and the pitch on Aloy. A strike on the outside half, 0-2.
It's crazy when you're looking at the scouting report and the starter in an elimination game is this far down the list. You know what I mean?
It's a big surprise. Absolutely. That's why you keep the roster, right? That's why you keep your guys around. Here's an 0-2 on Vahiva. Takes the low slider.
He's a fastball, curveball, cutter, change guy. And he's got a little bit of carry on his fastball.
Aloy hitting .349. He's hit a couple of homers in the postseason. None here in Omaha. 20 for the year. 1-2 pitch. Low again. Also outside. He's trying to finish him off with sliders, but I think Davalon saw it pretty well. Looks like Vahiva's seen these 2 sliders well as well. 0-0. Bottom of the first. Zach Root got out of a bases loaded 1-out jam. And Davalon leading at first with nobody out. 2-2 on Aloy. Swing and a drive. Right field. Carrying. There it goes. Get out of here. Vahiva Aloy into the UCLA bullpen. 21st for the Hogs shortstop, and they're up 2-0.
Phil, that's got to be a gut punch for UCLA. I mean, they get the bases loaded, they don't score, and then we come up and score 2 runs right off the bat. 109 off the bat. That ball was hammered to right field.
The second home run hit by the Hogs in the College World Series. Number 21 for Vahiva Aloy. RBI total up at 67. And there's nobody out and 2 runs are home.
I'm really surprised that Delvecchio tried to sneak a fastball by Aloy right there.
Now Maxwell shows bunt, spins out of the way, ball 1. I just don't think he didn't look like he felt good about his breaking ball after the takes by Aloy.
Yeah, you're right. Hey, if you take a breaking ball the right way, it'll get you a fastball.
1-0 to Maxwell. Swings and misses at the cutter. Maxwell's 0 for 7 in Omaha. Still leads the team in postseason RBIs with 9. Did drive a run home yesterday with a sacrifice fly and a drop fly ball in right field. Righty-lefty matchup and a 1-1. Swinging a foul tip. He's late. Strike 2. That's the surprise with Maxwell, is that he's been late or getting jammed.
Hey, he's a little bit caught in between, Phil. I mean, that's a pitch down and in. That's a lefty's dream right there.
Been pitcher's count so far all the way, but both batters with a base hit. 1-2. Maxwell looks low. Ryder Helfrich on deck. This is the 9th home run allowed by Cody Delvecchio in 33 innings.
Ouch.
That's the kind of numbers where you got to wonder if you need to visit the chiropractor to fix your neck. 2-2, swing and a miss. First out of the first inning.
Well, I tell you, those are 3 uncomfortable swings by Maxwell right there.
He threw a splitter. Did you see the way it looked like he was holding it with a splitter that he threw to Eloy? Is that what I saw? Or was it, or now I didn't see the grip well?
No, that was just, I think that was just a fastball.
Okay.
It was 94, so I think it was.
Yeah, that's not going to be a splitter. With Maxwell, when you say uncomfortable swings, do you mean that he's not seeing it well, or that something might be up with a hammy?
No, just he didn't see it well.
Here's Helfrich. Swing, ground ball, diving stop, third base, Roman Martin from the edge of the grass. Nice job getting Helfrich. 5-3 put out, 2 outs. Cam Kojal is next. It's a nice job by Martin. They had him playing in front of third base a step. Quick reaction to his left. But it was a well-hit ball by Helfrich. That's good to see. Kojal could really use a base hit. 1 for 7 in Omaha. Was 0 for 4 yesterday. Righty-lefty. Bit of a shift on the right. Here's the pitch. Shows bunt. Strike 1 called. Slider. It's a changeup, pardon me.
That's the first changeup he's thrown.
Now with Kojal, they're almost daring him to bunt. Martin plays off the third base line, back 3 feet. Here's Delvecchio's 0-1, and is fouled off the catcher's shoulder. Strike 2.
Boy, he got a fastball in. Pretty good hack at that.
Kojal, 10 hits in the postseason, leading Arkansas, 339 average, 15 homers. Still looking to make a big dent here in his hometown. Cam back in with 2 outs, nobody on. We've seen 4 batters down on the count, either 0-2 or 1-2. And the pitch. Grounded foul.
Little slider there.
Well, Jimenez has taken a seat in the bullpen, so it looks like Zach Root coming out for the second inning.
You know how big? That is huge. Zach getting out of that jam.
As I say that, Elliot Peterson is putting on his catcher's gear in the bullpen. Elliot, by the way, is from here in Omaha. They may have somebody back up soon. The pitch.
The tarp roll up there, and it gets into the seats out of play. Martin bounces right back up. Well, good to see that he is okay, but he clipped the back edge of the tarp roll there. Now that's how you can hurt a knee.
And he might have even face planted into one of the railings. Now, luckily, everything here at Charles Schwab Field has padding on the railings, but I mean, when you're running full force into that tarp, that's going to hurt a knee. But he looked all right jogging back to third base.
Yeah, no worse for wear. But yeah, the first contact was that left knee on the tarp. Still 0-2 to Kojal. Delvecchio winds and throws. Swing and a miss. Got him on a high fastball. And that'll end the inning. So after the home run, Delvecchio bounces back. Couple of strikeouts, retires 3 in a row. But it is Arkansas taking the early lead thanks to the 2-run homer from Vahiva Eloy. After 1, it's Arkansas 2, UCLA nothing. We head to the second inning here at Charles Schwab Field in Omaha. Elimination game between UCLA and Arkansas. The winner advances to face LSU tomorrow night, needing to beat the Tigers twice to advance to the championship series. This is part of bracket 2. And bracket 1, prior to this game, what a thrilling finish that was. Louisville walked off Oregon State 7-6 to eliminate the Beavers and advance to the final of bracket 1 against Coastal Carolina tomorrow. Beavers erased a 3-run deficit in the 9th just for Louisville to walk them off in the bottom half. Peyton Brennan at the plate, and he takes a called strike from Roots.
And if there's anything that Louisville Oregon State game showed, is that you can never rest on your laurels. I mean, they came back immediately and took that game.
Now Brennan swings and fouls the pitch, backing out of play. Now quickly 0-2. Brennan was at the plate when West unsuccessfully stole home. So he's got a fresh count here, but ever since that mound visit, when the bases got loaded, Root appears to have settled back down after getting into some early trouble. 0-2 pitch is high. 1 ball and 2 strikes. UCLA did force Root to throw 25 pitches in that first inning. They might be able to get into that Arkansas bullpen before too long. The lefty kicks and throws, and Brennan taps one right back to him. He walks towards first, throws out Brennan, and there's 1 away.
And he's just inducing weak contact, which is exactly what you want to do. Look, your offense here got a couple of runs on the board. UCLA was threatening. And he's just trying to send him up 1, 2, 3.
Root's outing against LSU was the anomaly here in the postseason. In the regional against Creighton, 6 shutout innings. Then in the Supers against Tennessee, allowed 1 earned run in 7 innings. And then against LSU, could not get out of the second inning against the Tigers after allowing 3 runs. Here's the pitch, and it's high to Toussaint Bythewood, who is starting for the second time here in the postseason. We saw him last weekend against UTSA. Had a very good ball game. 1 for 4 with a couple runs batted in. 1-0 pitch, upstairs once again. 2-0 after a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. But with a lefty on the mound, Bythewood, the right-handed hitter, getting the start as the DH.
Yeah, lets him see that fastball a little bit better out of the 3-quarter throwing Root.
Now the pitch, and that is up high above the belt once more. So 3 in a row above the letters there from Root. 3 balls and no strikes as UCLA looks for a 1-out base runner here in the second, trailing 2-0. Root looking for the zone, and he's got it there on the inside. Another fastball. 3 balls and a strike to Bythewood, the junior out of Encino and Harvard Westlake. Now the 3-1. And Bythewood fouls it straight back. Full count now.
That was a challenge fastball on 3-1. Ended up just on the inside part of the plate. Bythewood, good contact and just sent it straight back. The Root has not been afraid of being in the zone all throughout the count with the fastball, at least in these early pitches.
Bythewood 5 for 16 overall this season. And on the 3-2, he strikes out swinging. Tardy on the 94-mile-an-hour fastball. So Root picks up his first strikeout after falling behind 3-0.
I mean, that swing was similarly like Lavue's in the first inning was so late. Almost like they were sitting slider there with 2 strikes on that 3-2 count. That entire at-bat to Bythewood was all fastballs. Got him to K on that 94 inside.
So Root has retired the first 2 here in the second. Now it's Cash Duggar. Left-handed hitting catcher takes on the outside corner. Another fastball, strike 1. UCLA full of homegrown players, and it's one thing you notice when you look at the 8 teams here in Omaha, and only 5 now left in play for the national championship. And there's the curveball up and in. out of the zone, 1-1. Out of the 40 players on UCLA's roster, 37 of them are what you might call homegrown. They recruited them directly, non-transfers. As Root's pitch is a called strike, curveball on the outside, corner 1-2. Nobody else here in the College World Series has fewer than 10 transfers.
Which is pretty cool. I mean, it just shows that this is a team that was built from the ground up, and it's a very young team, relatively speaking, in the College World Series.
With 2 strikes, an overshift against Duggar, and he's rung up. Fastball at 97 on the outside corner. Duggar disagrees. It's back-to-back strikeouts for Root, and he retires UCLA in order. After 1.5, it's Arkansas 2, UCLA nothing. Welcome back inside Charles Schwab Field in Omaha. An elimination game for UCLA and Arkansas. And the Hogs in front of the Bruins 2-0. Arkansas will hit here momentarily for the last of the second. UCLA here in the College World Series for the 6th time in program history, the 4th under head coach Sean Savage, and able to get back here for the first time in a dozen years. Meanwhile, for Arkansas, it is their 12th time here in the College World Series. 10 of those have come under Coach Dave Van Horn, but they have never won it all. Twice they have been runners-up, including in 2018, where a dropped pop-up proved fatal, and they ended up losing to Oregon State that year. Now, this is one of the best programs in the nation to have never won a national title.
It's pretty incredible, and that's why they've got that 3 ranking nationally.
Second place in the SEC. And here is the younger Aloy, Kuhio Aloy, taking ball 1 down and away from Cody Del Vecchio. 6, 7, and 8 in the lineup. Reese Robinette, Brent Iredale to follow. 2-0 Arkansas. Del Vecchio's pitch down low. 2 balls and no strikes. Kuhio Aloy, don't let his older brother overshadow him. He's had a terrific year as well. First team All-SEC. Hitting .323 with 13 home runs and a team-leading 70 batted in as he skies this one down the right field line and out of play. It's now 2 balls and a strike.
And even his swing is very similar to his brother's. Kind of has a bit of an uppercut swing and not afraid to take it to the other side of the field. I mean, the home run by brother Aloy in the previous inning, I mean, that was just exactly the same swing, but just straightened out.
Kuhio quiet though here in the postseason, just 192. And has to bend back out of the way of this fastball running inside. 3-1 as he leads off the home half of the second inning. Kuhio Aloy is 0 for 5 with a pair of walks here in the College World Series. And he does not have ball 4 like he thought. And that's a called strike there on the outside. Full count now as he took a step toward first base.
Yeah, I mean, that was pretty much in the zone by quite a bit, actually.
Full count now. Del Vecchio, toes pointed towards the third base line, deals. And that is a ground ball up the middle, base hit. That was tagged off the bat by Aloy, and he's aboard with a leadoff single.
I mean, tagged is an understatement. That was 115 off the bat, which I think at least in the games that we've done here at Charles Schwab Field in the College World Series, that is the hardest hit ball we've seen.
And these are the hardest hit balls that we've seen all year from LSU and now Arkansas. They have been producing some really solid contact. Heck, even Murray State had some loud contact as well. It's interesting here in Omaha how you don't necessarily get the home runs, but you get a lot of contact. These offenses really come to play. Now here's Reese Robinette hitting from the left side and swings and misses. There's that changeup from Del Vecchio to get him in front, 0-1. Well, Robinette has become the guy at first base for the Hogs late in the season. Had to shuffle some things around. Kojal was originally at first as the bunt is foul on the third base side. And Nolan Souza, the original starting second baseman, get a season-ending injury in April, so Kojal moved from first to second. And after mixing things up for a little while, Robinette has now established himself to take over at first base. Hitting .286 here in the postseason. And on the 0-2, he's able to check his swing on a high fastball. Now 1-2. 2-0 Arkansas. And they're at the plate here in the last of the second. A runner aboard on first base and no outs. Oloy, a modest lead over there with UCLA playing the left-handed hitter to pull. The pitch grounded at Lavu. He turns, throws to second for one. Chalowski back to first, double play. Bruins able to wipe away the leadoff single. They turn it 3-6-3. Bases clear, and now 2 outs.
And just done exclusively by 2 of the best fielders in the country. 3-6-3. Willie by Lavu throwing it over to Rock Chalowski. And then Lavu has to turn and run back to first base and get that receiving throw, which was thrown pretty hard by Chalowski. Well done.
Both Lavu and Chalowski are Gold Glove finalists. And they are certainly well deserving. So 2 outs, nobody aboard for Iredale. And he takes just off the outside from Del Vecchio, 1-0. It's incredible in college if you can win a Gold Glove because it's just 1 per position for the entire country. Overshift on here against the right-handed hitter as he fouls it back and out of play. 1-1 to Brent Iredale, the junior out of Sydney, Australia. A round of applause for a fan who caught that foul ball out of the air 3 rows into the second deck.
How about that? Love a web gem.
A ball and a strike. Del Vecchio delivers down and away. 2-1 to Iredale, who is the first native-born Australian to play at Arkansas. And he knows how to get on base, leads the team in walks and hit by pitches. Ahead 2-1. Del Vecchio's pitch. Fastball lined up the middle, past a reaching Phoenix call into center field. And it's a 2-out single for Iredale.
And Iredale almost tagging Cody Del Vecchio on that swing. 98 miles per hour off the bat, but that pitch was right down the middle. Now Del Vecchio so far, 4 hits Arkansas has been able to get off of him. He has been in the zone, but just to your point earlier in the broadcast about Del Vecchio, he has been hit quite a bit this season. Coming into this, had over a hit per inning.
36 hits in 33 innings earlier this year. Quick pickoff throw, back safely though is Iredale. Batter is Justin Thomas Jr., the center fielder hitting from the right side. 2-0 Arkansas, home half of the second. Bruins keep the overshift on with 3 to the left of second. And here's a bunt into the shift. And on one hop, Del Vecchio picks it up, throw to first in time. They got him. That was a difficult play. Del Vecchio tried to get it out of the air, realized he could not. Looked a little wobbly with the footing before ultimately barehanding it off the turf, rifling the throw to get Thomas Jr. And that'll end the inning. 2 hits, 1 left for Arkansas. After 2, it's the Razorbacks 2, the Bruins nothing. Start of the third inning here in Omaha. Win or go home for UCLA and Arkansas. And it's an early 2-0 lead for the Razorbacks. Bruins will have 9-1-2. Due up, Call, West, and Chalowski. Zach Root, the left-hander, continues for Arkansas. This pitch his 40th. And it's a breaking ball for a strike over the inside to Call for strike one.
Yeah, through 40 pitches so far. He's 5 for 9 first pitch strikes. UCLA took advantage of that in the first inning but couldn't cash in.
Phoenix Call hitless against LSU as he fouls this one straight back and out of play. Quickly 0-2. Call going without a hit against the Tigers. First game this postseason. He did not have a base knock. Still hitting .409 collectively, including 2 for 6 here in Omaha. Defense straight up against him from Arkansas. And the 0-2 is a called third strike on the outside. And that's another called third strike that UCLA does not like. That one looked off the plate. Helfrich brings it back. And he gets the call. So that is now 3 consecutive strikeouts for Zach Root, extending back to the second inning.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough strike 3 call, but if you're the Bruins offense right now, you do not want to let Root determine your fate. It's a good job by working the count, certainly getting a pitch to hit, but you want to be the final decider of your fate.
So Root has really settled in since getting into trouble in that first inning as he misses high and outside to Dean West with a fastball, 1-0. So if you count the failed steal home of West as getting it out here, so 1, 2, that is 6 retired in a row for Root since he had that walk to Roman Martin back in the first. There's a called strike on the outside to West. A ball and a strike. Dean with a leadoff single. Able to get a soft ground ball up the middle, not all the way through. Bruins take a base runner any way they can get it. Fastball, and there's a soft grounder. Foul up the first base line.
West running all the way to first base, and the beauty of a foul ball like that is you can take your time getting back to the batter's box, and that's exactly what he is doing. He is doing a very dramatic walk. Just the batting gloves. Brock Chalowski out there with the bat. Nice little stroll, don't you think?
Just trying to disrupt the timing of Zach Root, and you heard Gregory Street say, hold up, but West decided he was going to run all the way through the bag, and he is just now putting his feet in the batter's box.
Walk complete, check.
2-0 Arkansas with West at the plate here in the top of the third. Bases clear, 1 away. Infield shaded to pull. Iredale, though, hugging the line at third. Outfield straight away. The 1-2, up and in. West leaning back out of the way. Fastball came in at 93. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
All fastballs in this at-bat to West. Similar to his first at-bat. He only saw 1 curveball.
Root kicks and throws. Breaking ball lifted in the air down the left field line. Trailing foul out of play.
And the wind at the moment is a bit steady, but a slight breeze still coming in, but it is pulling a bit more to left field, down the left field line. That ball wasn't hit particularly hard off the bat, but it kind of carried into the crowd.
A gentle breeze as we look at the flags out beyond the center field wall. UCLA trying to make up a 2-run deficit as they hit here in the visiting third. 2-2 to West. Root's pitch. And check swing. No, he went. And he's called out at the plate. Couldn't lay off the breaking ball. Make it 4 strikeouts in a row for Root.
And a breaking ball down in the dirt. This one fully in the dirt, in fact, and a very dramatic call. A self-made call by Gregory Street, the home plate umpire, but he absolutely went on this pitch as we take a look at the view from the side. So Root, to your point, has absolutely settled into this game. Of course, this is the second time through the order. Part of the lineup coming up.
2 outs, bases clear for Rock Chalowski, who got his first hit here in Omaha. in the first inning. And fouls the first pitch, backing out of play for strike one.
Seems like another play made by a fan, but Chalowski continuing to be aggressive early in the count. That was a first pitch breaking ball.
And he's been swinging at just about every first pitch today, both in this game and in the LSU game this morning. Root shakes off 2 pitches, and now he's ready to go. A breath and a heave. Breaking ball upstairs. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Couple of sliders to start this at bat. Chalowski spitting on this one, which was way out of the zone.
Chalowski along with Aloy, 2 of the best shortstop in the game on the field here. Here's a foul ball that's up by us and above us. It actually cleared the awning that extends out above our heads and is going to roll back onto the street behind us.
I'll be honest, I was so ready to catch that one. I got up.
And that's the highest foul ball we have seen all week.
He wanted to send one to us.
Very nice of him. Now on the 1-2, a half swing bouncer to first, right at Robinette. Takes 1 step to his left to the bag for the out. And UCLA is down in order here in the third. 8 retired in a row by Zach Root. And after 2.5 in Omaha, it's Arkansas 2, UCLA nothing. Last of the third coming up here at the College World Series. UCLA trailing Arkansas 2-0 in this elimination game. Winner stays alive to face LSU tomorrow night. The loser is done during the 2025 season. Cody Del Vecchio back to work for UCLA. He will face the lineup for a second time. Davalon, Aloy, and Maxwell due up 1-2-3 for the Razorbacks. They've got the leadoff man aboard in each inning. They already have 4 hits, but Del Vecchio and the defense behind him doing well to get a double play and post a 0 there in the second. Now looking for a cleaner start here to inning number 3 as he deals with Charles Davalon first. The left-handed hitting left fielder sent one the other way to lead off the first. Wide crouch stance. And Del Vecchio's first pitch fastball is fouled high and out of play.
And of course, back at the top of the lineup is Cody Del Vecchio. One time through the order, 35 pitches, 7 of 10 first pitch strikes, and he's really been using that fastball and that cutter really as the majority of his pitches. Only a few off-speed pitches of those 35 thrown.
Goes into his short windup. A 1 pitch is just inside. 1 ball and 1 strike to Davalon, who's a Canadian out of Montreal. Went to an academy in Florida before then going to Florida Gulf Coast. A year there, and now a sophomore with Arkansas. Has had an All-American season and takes a strike on the inside corner.
And a good frame by Cash Duggar behind the plate. Might have been just below the knees, but Duggar, a premier catcher behind the plate, able to sweep back up into the zone to get the call.
1 ball, 2 strikes. And Del Vecchio's pitch is skied to right field. Salgado starts in to his left and makes the catch. Feels like not very often we get routine flyouts here in Omaha.
Might be the first one I can remember.
First one in a long time, certainly in this game. So it's a leadoff flyout induced by Del Vecchio, one away here in the last of the third.
And Phoenix call on that flyout ran all the way into right field, almost to where Salgado is. That was a pretty standard flyout ball to right field.
Here's Vahiva Aloy. Takes a fastball for a strike on the outside at 94. Maybe Call just wanted to say hi to Salgado real quick.
I mean, nothing wrong with saying hey to a teammate. Little jog.
Fastball spiked in by Del Vecchio. 1-1 to Aloy, who had the 2-run homer to right field in the first inning, supplying our only run so far tonight. Aloy, a finalist for the Golden Spikes Award, along with Tennessee starting pitcher Liam Doyle and Florida State shortstop Alex Lodis. Down and away, 2-1 to Aloy. That
theoretically, but yeah, I would rather say he lost it in the gray or lost it in the clouds.
Another lefty back up in the UCLA bullpen. They had him up last inning. 2-1. Aloy looks outside. Ball 3.
Another cutter.
The lefty in their bullpen is Ian May. May's already pitched once today. Once they start making pitching changes, the bottom falls out, and they're going to make a lot of them. The 3-1. Aloy a swing and a chop. Shortstop. Chalowski charges gloves, takes his time, and whips the throw to first base. One shortstop retires the other. Well, that's you hate seeing 3-1 fastball. It was in the lower part of the strike zone.
Yeah, you kind of, I mean, I know you want to swing 3-1, but boy, it's hard to hit that pitch hard. That's right in that bottom part of the zone.
Maxwell struck out after Vahiva's first inning home run. He'll bat here 0 for 8 in the College World Series. Righty-lefty, shortstop Chalowski deep. First pitch is a strike on the outside. 0-1 on Maxwell. Chalowski's now set down for the last 5 batters. I'd say he might, I don't know if he'd say he's settled in yet, but he's close to it. Zach Root looks like he might have settled in. The 0-1 pitch. Maxwell swings and a base hit into right field. They have the second baseman Call positioned close to it. They're still in the 3-4 hole for a 2-out single, and Maxwell's first time with a base hit in this ballpark since he was here with TCU.
It's a good job right there by Logan. Last time he struck him out on a cutter, that time he got it and hit it out into right field. That's a good adjustment.
Ryder Helfrich's hard ground ball was smothered at third by Roman Martin in the first inning. It's the best play of the game defensively so far for the Bruins. Martin's going to hang pretty close to that third base line. This time plays back. He played up against Helfrich the last time. Maxwell leads at first. Here's the pitch. And Del Vecchio gets a swing and miss on a cutter right down Broadway. Helfrich's 1 for 8 in Omaha. 8 for 27 in the NCAA tournament. Del Vecchio ready at the set. 0-1 pitch. Helfrich chops it foul past third base, strike 2.
Del Vecchio's quick to the plate. He's 1-1, 1-2 to the plate.
Avalon hit a lazy fly out. Aloy got ahead 3-1, but bounced to short, and then Maxwell extended the inning with a single. The Hogs' 5th hit to UCLA's 2. Helfrich waiting on an 0-2. Del Vecchio ready. Throw to first. Maxwell head first slide. Safe. There you get the lights of the FanFest Ferris wheel starting to spark up. Lights are taking effect. Here's the pitch, and Helfrich strikes out swinging on a pitch that was up above the zone. That'll end the Razorback third. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 stranded. Brought to you, as always, today by Ballpark. Whether you're cheering for the Razorbacks at Ball Walker or at home, you can always enjoy the great taste of Ballpark beef hot dogs made with 100% beef. Ballpark, it's the official hot dog of the Arkansas Razorbacks. Hogs will take a 2-0 lead over UCLA into the 4th inning. This is Razorback Baseball presented by Learfield.
Hello, I'm Renata Jenkins Fowler, the third generation of the Roller family. I am so proud to reintroduce Roller Chenal, Arkansas's premier funeral home. Fully restored after the 2023 Little Rock tornado, Roller is back and ready to serve the families of Arkansas. Spanning 3 generations, our commitment remains, providing the finest facilities and options for every need. In your family's hardest days, there is only one choice, Roller Chenal Funeral Home, with all our respect.
Look, you already know eating right and staying active make a big difference, but weight loss surgery could get you back in the game. Check out the Bariatric and Metabolic Institute at Encore Medical Center in Saline County, part of the Arkansas Heart Hospital team. Their bariatric experts can help you lose the extra weight, get off medications, manage diabetes, and more. Visit arheart.com/BMI now for details. That's arheart.com/BMI for weight loss surgery. Your ticket to better health.
We're going to the 4th inning. Let's have a game update. 2-0. Hogs lead over UCLA. Vahiba Aloy hit a 2-run homer in the 1st inning. That's before Cody Delvecchio even retired a batter, but the Hogs haven't scored against him since, haven't had a runner to second base. Zach Root had a little trouble in the 1st inning. UCLA loads the bases 1 out. He got out of it. A.J. Salgado lined to short. Dean West caught stealing at home plate by Root and Helfrich. And he hasn't allowed a base runner over the last 2 innings. In fact, Root comes into the 4th with a string of 7 outs. Hogs have a 5-2 hit advantage. Neither team's made an error, and both have stranded 2 runners. 3-4-5 for the Bruins. Mulavai Levu leads off the 4th, a left-hand batter, and he flied out of the 1st. Here's Root's 53rd pitch, and a strike thrown with a cutter. 0-1 on Levu. Roman Martin and A.J. Salgado to follow, each getting their second look at the Razorback lefty. Hogs had a pitcher warming up in the 1st inning, but haven't needed him to even get out behind the roof since. Root throws 0-1, and Levu chops to 3rd. To his right, it's Iredale. Backhands takes some time. Too high with the throw. Airmailed it. And Levu, he turned around first base. Ball's recovered. Kozel throws back to Robinette. Tagged him. He's out. Levu stumbled across first base and made a little bit of a turn. Once you make the turn, you better get back to first base, and he was late.
How about the hustle by Cam Kozer, though, to get over there and back that throw up? I mean, he had to bust it all the way across the field to get there.
Pretty rare for Iredale to airmail a throw like that, but that is some heads-up baseball by Cam Kozel. Wow. Yeah. We'll see how they decide. You got to charge an error on Iredale, unfortunately, just because Levu got to first base safely. But it'll be a 4-3 put out after the error. And now Roman Martin bats with the bases empty. 1 out. Martin bats right-handed. Root throws. And it's a low curveball. Ball 1.
Phil, that's such a heads-up play right there by Kozel.
Well, somebody's got to back up no matter what at first base. Usually the catcher would get there, but Helfrich wasn't able to get there. Only Kozel. Here's a 1-0. Roots pitch a strike on the low inside with a slider on Martin. Martin walked in the 1st inning and was stranded at first base. You think they've made 2 big mistakes on the bases already. 2 outs on the bases by UCLA. The first out was West caught stealing at home plate. That's being married to your West Coast philosophy. This was just Levu stumbling. Here's the pitch. Low breaking ball on Martin. 2 balls, 1 strike. Levu was obviously thinking about second base. You think Kozel got to the ball really quickly. They might have had a play at second base had he not stumbled even. 2 balls, 1 strike on Roman Martin. Root deals. Check swing. They'll appeal it. He went. Jeff Head makes the fist. 2 balls, 2 strikes. We're taking just a little bit of time. Back on top of the mound. He's struck out 4 batters to this point. Martin does strike out a bit. 2-2. Ball high. It's close. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, they clipped the top of the zone.
Tech hasn't walked a batter since Martin in the first inning, and in fact, that's their last man to reach base safely. Unless you count Lebu, and he's not on base anymore. Full count. The pitch on the way. Down line drive. Iredale makes the catch at third to his left. 2 outs.
Phil, in a game like this, I mean, you got to have a little bit of luck go your way, and that's lucky right there. That ball was smoked right at Iredale. Gets past him and probably gets down the line, possible double.
Our game update this inning was presented by First Security, Arkansas's community bank. First Security, all about taking care of customers and making life better in Arkansas. Go to fsbank.com to check it out. First Security, bank better. Now batting A.J. Salgado. He lined out of the first inning. Lefty. Root throws. Low and outside, ball 1. Arkansas leading 2-0 over UCLA. It's the top of the 4th. The winner will play tomorrow night, 6 o'clock. Against LSU. And the winner will also need to beat LSU twice to advance to the finals. Want to know the count on Salgado. Root's pitch is a high strike 1.
Yeah, he got the call that time.
His fastball velocity's staying here pretty good. I mean, he got up to 97 in the first and second innings. It's about 93, 94. I wonder if it's going to drop a little bit, though. There's some moving around in the Arkansas pen. 1-1 on Salgado. Here's the pitch. And the fastball's outside. 2-1.
I think Zach's one of those guys, when he needs to dial it up, he can.
Yeah, we saw that. I think it was back in the first inning and the second inning. Couple of moments.
Couple of 97s. But for the most part, he's been 93 to 95.
Now a 2-1 on Salgado. Swung on, shot right side. Kojal to his left in the outfield grass. Cleanly fields it. Gets Robinette at first base. 4-3 put out. Zach Root's thrown 4 scoreless innings. He got around an error thanks to a heads-up play by Cam Kojal here in the 4th. No runs or hits and nobody left by UCLA. We are brought to you in part today by Harps, where they greet you with a smile, ask if they can help you, and let you know that you're welcome in their store. Harps, hometown fresh. The Hogs batting in the bottom of the 4th with a 2-0 lead over UCLA. First this from the Arkansas Electric Cooperatives.
The Electric Cooperatives got its start lighting Arkansas, and we continue to meet that demand with every resource we can deliver. We're powering your life, where you live every single day through one of 17 local cooperatives, each unique, always united, and in your community. Our mission? To provide reliable, affordable, and responsible power to every corner of Arkansas. It's the local, hometown cooperative way, because we're better connected together. The Electric Cooperatives of Arkansas.
Hey, soybean farmers, think a fungicide can't last all season? Well, the proof is in the yield. Farmers who use just one application of Reviloc fungicide are seeing an increased yield of 7.3 bushels per acre over the untreated check. Reviloc fungicide is a disease control powerhouse that delivers season-long protection even against tough southern diseases. See what Reviloc fungicide can do for you. Ask your BASF retailer about Reviloc fungicide today. Always read and follow label directions.
Ready for the bottom of the 4th inning, and hoping you'll see the Razorbacks open things up a little bit more, and it looked like things were going to get going. After Charles Davalon hit a leadoff single in the first, Behiva Aloy followed with his 21st home run. And the Hogs have had base runners in each inning since, but haven't been able to get a man into second base since that home run. Cody Del Vecchio making his first appearance for the Bruins since March. He was back on the hill for the 4th inning. Their lefty still warms in the pen. Kojal, Cuhillo, Robinette batting, and the first pitch on Cam is grounded foul. Kojal made 2 really nice plays in the field, helping Zach Root out through the top of the 4th inning. He's the 1 for 8 in Omaha. This is one of the only slumps that Cam's been in all year long. They give him the third base line. Martin plays way off. The shortstop Chalowski way behind second. The pitch swung on, lined at first. Caught by Levu right at him. 1 away in the Arkansas 4th inning.
It's a good swing right there by Cam. He went with a changeup right there, but it stayed up.
Yeah, I think if you're a player that's dealing with the kind of slump Cam's in at the moment, you take that as a positive at-bat, hard line drive. You'll reach base the next time. Kuhio Aloy hit how hard was his ground ball single?
115.
Wow, hardest ball hit so far here in Omaha for the Hogs. Delvecchio throws. And it's a strike on the outside corner. Phil Kuhio may be coming close. 0-1. Here's the pitch. That's outside. Ball and a strike. Kuhio just got a call. They're more straight up for Kuhio. Levu, though, does play a bit off the first base line. Outfielders deep, especially in left. 1-1 pitch is outside. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Another cutter.
This may be the longest that any Razorback. Now, there's been a couple of guys that have gone to the 3rd pitch without swinging, but they've been an aggressive team. 2-1. Low, ball 3. Well, Vahiva had a 3-1 count last inning and grounded at shortstop. Let's see if there's something for Aloy to drill here. Kuhio. Delvecchio delivers, and there's a high fly ball into left center field, but not going to carry. West and Brennan coming together. The center fielder Brennan makes the catch, and there's 2 outs.
Nope, just a little bit up in the top of that zone. If that ball's down just a little bit, he's got it.
So Kuhio's 1 for 2. Now Robinette. Reese grounded into a double play after Aloy's single in the 2nd inning. Hogs still looking to get that offense jump-started with a 2-0 lead. Robinette's 2 for 8 in Omaha. 3rd base line's wide open. And Delvecchio throws, and Reese looks to bunt, takes a strike. That's what I thought he was doing in the 2nd inning, because they're giving him that 3rd base line. Martin's not only off the line, but way back. I mean, they're daring Robinette to bunt.
Yeah, they don't think he's going to.
Well, he took the 1st pitch. Here comes the 2nd pitch. No bunt. Fastball, strike 2 on the inside. Well, it's right there, actually, right down the middle. Kind of a little difficult to see location of the pitchers from way up here. We're a little bit on the first base side of home plate. 0-2 on Robinette, and Delvecchio a chance for his first perfect inning. Pitches a check swing, appeals denied down the 3rd base line. 1-2 on Reese.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what Delvecchio's doing that's making that high fastball so effective for him. Like, we've chased several up out of the zone.
The 1-2 to Robinette is fouled back. Good swing on another high fastball.
I mean, he's got a little bit of carry on it. Nothing crazy. Pretty simple delivery, kind of over the top.
He's kind of stayed out of the middle of the plate, though.
Yeah, for the most part.
Here's another 1-2 on Reese Robinette. Swinging a chopper right side. Got past the first baseman Levu. The second baseman Call is there. Delvecchio covers first, and they get Robinette. 4-1 on the put out at first base. And for the first time tonight, the Razorbacks don't get a man on base. Brought to you by West Rock Coffee. They're the brand behind the brands, proudly supplying coffee, tea, flavors, extracts, and ingredients to the world's most iconic brands. West Rock's made in Arkansas, ethically sourcing beverages from all around the globe. They're proud to be the official coffee of the Razorbacks. Go to westrockcoffee.com to learn more. We've played 4 innings here in Omaha. The Hogs 2 and the UCLA Bruins nothing. This is Arkansas baseball from Learfield.
Razorback fans, score big with the freshest seafood in town at Fish City Grill. Whether you're craving grilled salmon or fried catfish, or want to try something new from the daily chalkboard specials, they've got your seafood fix covered. Swing by the locally owned spot in Rogers and make every meal a victory for Razorback Nation.
Sonic Radio. CIO here. You're listening to the Not So Late Show. To celebrate half-price shakes after 5 p.m. at Sonic, we're coming to you live from Sonic Drive-In after dark-ish. Oh yeah, half-price shakes after 5 p.m. The Not So Late Show. No rules, just cool, deep voices and shakes. Strawberry, chocolate, vanilla, and more. You get it.
Sonic Hand Mixed Shakes are half price after 5 p.m. Live free, eat Sonic. Exclusions apply. Limited time only at participating Sonic drive-ins.
It's been the pitcher's duel for the first 4 innings of this elimination game in Omaha with the Arkansas Razorbacks and the UCLA Bruins. 2-0 Arkansas. Vahiba Aloy homered in the first inning, and the Hogs haven't done much since. Zach Root has kept UCLA from any hits from their last 2 hitters, or from their first 2 hitters. Only 2 hits in the game against Root, 1 walk. And he's retired 9 of the last 10 batters. Just an error to get a man on base during that stretch. Peyton Brennan leads off. Goes after a high fastball, pops it up. It's near the third base dugout. Helfrich and Iredale won't have a play. Player landed in the first row, and it's 0-1 on Brennan. Brennan, Bythewood, and Duggar, the 6, 7, and 8 batters, are due for the Bruins.
Brennan went after another fastball up, Phil. That's a couple pitches he's chased well out of the zone.
You can say the same thing about Arkansas batters today.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
Iredale's playing even at third, the only infielder that's up at all. Root's 0-1 on Brennan. It's dribbled foul. He's late again. Strike 2.
Boy, he took that right out of Helfrich's mitt. He was way late on that. I don't know if he's looking off speed.
Do you think each team's hitters are feeling the immediacy and the pressure of playing in an elimination game today?
You know, they might be, Phil.
It's tough to get in guys' heads.
It's hard not to. It's hard not to think about it.
0-2 pitch is a curve outside.
But, I mean, that swing right there is just a gray area swing. It's when you're caught in between a fastball and off speed. I mean, he seriously took it right out of Helfrich's mitt.
You hear the wind picking up. It's coming in from the left now. The wind has changed directions. 1-2 on Brennan. Root deals. And a ground ball back up the middle. Aloy dives. It's past him into center field. It just got past Zach Root. And no play for a middle infielder. And the leadoff batter's aboard with UCLA's third hit.
Surprised Zach went to the breaking ball there because he had him chasing that high fastball. He threw him a breaking ball up in the zone, and he just hit it up the middle.
Yeah, big curveball just stayed up for him. So the number 7 batter, Toussaint Bythewood, will follow. Brennan has stolen 11 bases in 14 tries. This will be Bythewood's 17th at-bat of the season. He struck out in the earlier one.
You might see a bunt here.
Here's the pitch. No bunt. And buckled his legs and takes a ball. Misfired badly down and in with a fastball here. It's 1-0 on Bythewood. Iredale's not guarding a bunt. Robinette's holding Brennan. Aloy and Kojo looking for a double play. Here's the pitch. Bythewood way in front, swing and a miss.
Good changeup right there. Great arm action on that changeup.
Gonna get Aiden Jimenez back up in the bullpen. He was up in the first inning and not since. We're dealing with a 2-0 lead in the 5th and a man on base, no outs. Bythewood again swings and misses. Way ahead, just like the last pitch.
He blew him away last time. Got Phil behind 3-0 and threw 3 straight fastballs by him. Right here, he's cheating, and he's way out front on that changeup.
Duggar hitting 8th. Swinging outside the on-deck circle. Brennan getting a little bit of attention from Root. 1-2. Here's the pitch. Bythewood check swing. Strike 3 on the swing, and the appeal by Jeff Head. Second strikeout of Bythewood. Number 5 for Root. 1 out in the UCLA 5th inning.
Yeah, Phil, I tell you, Bythewood, he's just not seeing the ball well at all. Zach's just all in his dome.
Well, he hasn't seen many balls at all this year. I mean, it's only the 22nd game he's playing in.
Yeah, you're right. That makes a big difference, especially playing here.
Cashel Duggar, left-hand batting catcher, 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Root throws to first base. Brennan's back.
I like how Zach, after a pick, he follows his throw. That's what we teach our lefties to do. Because he flirts with the edge of a balk right there. But if you follow your throw, you can get away with it a lot of times.
He's been called for a couple balks. Here's the pitch. And a swing and a miss by Duggar.
Now that's a good breaking ball.
Yeah, make sure that pitch comes low, below the strike zone. Duggar's 3 for 8 in Omaha. Hitting 7 straight games, average around 281. With the wave going around Charles Schwab Field with a root throw, 0-1 on Duggar, and it's tap foul past first base. A little boot by the UCLA first base coach, Griffin Barnes. Told Hudson Polk a couple days ago, like, Hudson, we're on national television for all these games here. We're going to need you to make a play at first base at some point. Just don't dive for it.
Hudson, he's a former catcher. He ought to get down there and block it.
That's right. Dive after the thing. Root ahead on Duggar, 0-2. Stretch at the belt, and a throw to first. Head first slide by Brennan.
Well, I'd be careful with Jeff Head at first base, being the first base umpire. Because he always likes to be the man making the big call.
Root working here in the 5th inning, and when Jimenez working in the pen. Stretch, and we're 0-2. It's a soft fly foul. Slices into the third base seats. It's like another play by a fan. Fans already. Now they're starting to make plays now.
Oh, that dude brought a glove. That's the oldest dude I think ever seen bring a glove.
I was going to say, are you supposed to bring a glove if you have a son, if you're in your 30s? 0-2 on Duggar. Stretch by Root. Looking at first twice. And the pitch. Low curve and a good take for Duggar. Ball 1. No, the older guys sometimes will bring a net with them, right? And try to catch it in the fishing net.
I've just never seen a dude at that age bring a glove. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he stole his kids. I don't know.
Brennan's been pretty quiet as his lead at first base. The pitch is grounded and off the glove of Robinette. Ricochets towards Kojal. Robinette covering first. Kojal gets to it, throws him out at first base.
Nice.
3-4-3 on the put out at first. Brennan safe to second base. Hey, Kojal's been Johnny on the spot twice.
Yeah, he has. That's a good play by Robinette to knock that down, too.
That's a pretty hard ball hit. It's not a matter if you glove it, you'll start a double play. No, that wouldn't have been a double play. 3-4-3 put out. Number 9 batter Phoenix Call has a runner at second, 2 outs. Hogs up 2-0. Roots trying to throw 5 scoreless. Call struck out looking in the 3rd inning on 3 pitches. Finished him with a curve. Stretch by Root, pitch to Call. Down and in.
Boy, he almost hit him right there.
Well, with their propensity for getting hit by a pitch, I'm surprised that Call didn't just try to kick it.
Yeah, I think that's what the third base coach is saying to him. Like, dude, let's go. You take that for the team.
Yeah, don't you know we're all about here? Zach checks on second base. The pitch to Call is low. Dug out by Helfrich. 2 balls, no strikes.
Now, that's when I start to worry right there, Phil. That's 2 pitches in a row. He's pulled way glove side. He's going to take a walk. So kind of reset right here. I like that.
Clean the cleats out. You don't get all that much time to reset your thoughts, but he used as much as he could. Back into the stretch on a 2-0 count to Phoenix Call. Root throws. Swing and a miss. Change up.
That's a great 2-0 pitch. You know how frustrating it is for a hitter, Phil, when you're sitting 2-0 and you get a pitch that looks like it's right down the middle and it's a changeup and you miss it by 3 feet?
If you're Root, do you throw it again? He doesn't double up too often.
No, I'd throw a fastball by him right here.
2-1. Call takes with a check swing. He didn't go. And it was a breaking ball off the plate. 3 balls, 1 strike.
With 2 outs, you want to try not to flip that lineup back over.
West is at the top of the order and on deck. Haven't seen many 3-1 counts. Here's Root's pitch. Call takes ball 4. Low breaking pitch, and there's 2 runners on for the top of the order. 2 outs. Here comes Matt Hobbs to go visit Zach Root.
Phil, it looked like Call was taken all the way right there. That's a really good pitch. Started a strike all the way to the plate and broke out of the zone the last minute. It's hard to believe he recognized that 3-1.
I think if this was a right-handed batter, they might make a change. You're at that point where Every batter's gotten a look at Root twice. And you've got Jimenez ready to go. And West is a left-handed batter, so they'll stick with Root here. Otherwise, Dave Van Horn would be out to go make a change instead of Matt Hobbs going out for a talk. Looking at the numbers here for West, it's lefties well, 325. And is 1 for 2 with an infield single and a strikeout. Remember, the single was a soft ground ball that got behind second base. Really nothing special. He got caught stealing home plate later, and Root struck West out in the third. Now he faces him in the fifth with a 2-0 lead and 2 runners on for UCLA. Aloy plays behind Brennan, trying to take that base hit away up the middle, but there's room on the left side. Root from the stretch. The first pitch. West takes strike one, and Root just got a call.
Yeah, got one a little bit off the plate. Now, Helfrich needs to use that. Now come back with a fastball off the plate in that same spot.
West right up on the edge of the batter's box. Waves the bat behind his head. Root's 0-1 pitch is another strike 2 called off the plate.
He did it again. Same spot.
And West looks back and speaks with Gregory Street about the merits of the strike zone.
Well, he's right. Both of those are balls. So they're about 3 inches off the plate.
You throw another one off the plate.
Yeah.
And you throw it farther off.
You got to go farther out with this next pitch. Do not throw a strike.
Here it is. Bounced it. Helfrich blocked it. They're going to try to move up. Ryder holds onto the ball. He never able to get to it quickly enough. The wild pitch has put the tying runs in scoring position for UCLA.
You still feel you got to stay outside right here. He's right on top of the plate. I don't know if you want to try to bust him in. You don't want to take a chance on hitting him with Chakowski up next.
What a big moment here for Zach Root. The 1-2 on West. Just outside. Now they tried to see if they could get one off the plate, even farther off the plate. They're not going to get that far off. 2-2 on Dean West. He's driven in 41 runs this year. West has 1 RBI in Omaha. 2 balls, 2 strikes, the wind and the pitch. Ground ball slowly hit. Kozel at second base picks it up. The throw got him at first. Root strands 2. Zach Root pitches out of the 5th inning. No runs, 1 hit, and 2 men left. He has stranded 4 over 5 scoreless innings. If you're ready for a timeout from banking frustrations, get Armor Bank into your lineup. You'll experience a whole new game with simplified banking. There are locations all across Arkansas. They deliver hog-leg focus with each play. Put in Armor Bank. The Razorbacks batting in the bottom of the 5th with a 2-0 lead against UCLA. First this from Coca-Cola.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp. Refreshing. And ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Welcome back, Hog fans, for more scratching action from the Arkansas Scholarship Lottery. This is looking like a good one.
First appearance of the dime we've seen all season, Tom.
The luck is thick in here tonight. After all that scratching, she's a winner!
The Arkansas Scholarship Lottery. Every day's a chance to win big. Pick up a ticket today. This is winning. Call or text 1-800-522-4700 for Problem Gambling Helpline.
You're listening to Arkansas Baseball in the NCAA Division I Baseball Championship. Here again, Phil Elseth.
Before the Razorbacks bat in the 5th inning, we'll pause 10 seconds for our stations to identify themselves. This is the Razorback Sports Network from Learfield. Clouds gathering to the northeast of downtown Omaha. We face the southeast from Charles Schwab Field, the home of the College World Series, where the Arkansas Razorbacks lead UCLA 2-0. Brent Iredale leads off the 5th against Cody Del Vecchio, who's pitched really, really well. And the first pitch is a check swing foul, grounder to the first base dugout for Iredale. The Hogs have 5 base hits against Cody Delvecchio. 4 singles and a home run by Vahiba Aloy, but we've seen the last 4 batters making out. Delvecchio's pitch on Iredale bounces in the left-handed batter's box.
Phil, look where that first baseman's playing.
Yeah, they've got a 3-man shift on the left. Levu, the first baseman, he's halfway to second base, and even with the bags. And a 1-1 on Iredale is swung on line right field. It drops a base hit for Brent Iredale, his first in Omaha to lead off the 5th inning. Actually, second base in Omaha. He had a single earlier today. Those are his first 2 hits in Omaha.
That's a good swing right there. That's that cutter down and away and kept his nose on the ball and drove that thing to right center. I was afraid he was going to stay up for a minute. It looked like the right fielder, had he charged it right off the bat, could have caught that.
You get Iredale lining a single to center and now a single to right. I think he's going to do something later on in the game.
I think we're going to bunt right here.
With Justin Thomas Jr., who tried to bunt for a single in the second inning and was thrown out on a nice play by the pitcher Delvecchio. And they set up a bunt defense. Here's the pitch. Swing, ground ball, foul, just outside third. They had the third baseman, Martin, near the line. He would have had a play if it was fair.
Well, we've seen this play out a lot where JT swings on the first one, then bunts on the second one. We'll see what happens.
Or we've seen him bunt on the first one, swing on the second one, and then hit a home run on the third one.
Good point.
So he's hit 9 home runs this year. 2 of his home runs have been when he's been asked to bunt, didn't get the bunt down, and homered anyway.
Look at that, Phil. Look at the right side, wide open.
3-man shift on the left, no one covering the right. They're holding Iredale. Now the pitch, outside, snap throw by Duggar to first, but that was an easy snuff job by Iredale. Slides back in. 1-1. Yeah, they got the second baseman call as an extra shortstop. The third baseman, Martin, playing up at the edge of the pit for a possible bunt. Delvecchio ready with a 1-1 count and a throw to first instead. Iredale safe. Brent can steal the base. He's 8 for 9.
Yeah, this dude's quick, though. He's 1-1 to the plate. I don't think we're stealing on him. He's got a little bit of lean, though, Phil, before he comes to the plate. You can watch his head start to lean.
Stretch and pitch. Bounced and blocked by Duggar. Thomas ahead in the 2-1. The sun's back out. A little stretch of sunlight out towards center field. The general admission seats. Maybe the first sunshine they've seen all day.
What about a little hit and run right here, Dave? Or from Dave. Phil.
Hi, Phil. Nice to meet you. Stretch Delvecchio with a 2-1 count. Thomas swings, lines a base hit past the shortstop and second baseman Iredale. He's going to try. No. He holds at second base after wide turn.
Good choice.
2 on, no outs, top of the batting order. Time to score.
Tell you what, that ball's hit 112 off the bat. That ball was smoked by JT. You know, it was a 2-1 count. I thought Dave might put something on right there. That's a count he loves to do, a hit and run.
John Savage is out of the UCLA dugout. It's Charles Davalon to bat next, and they've had a left-hander, Ian May, up and down in the bullpen for the last few innings. So it looks like that'll be it for Cody Delvecchio. Coach Savage will make pitching visits and all the pitching changes. So he gets to the top of the mound, hands on hips. The rest of the UCLA infield joining him. Davalon's gone into the dugout. Actually, he went over briefly just to say something to Aloy on deck. Now here comes plate umpire Gregory Street, and Savage motions to the bullpen. Delvecchio gives them 4 innings plus. He'll leave with 7 hits charged to him, and as of now, 2 runs both earned. 1 homer hit by Vahiba Aloy. He didn't walk anybody, and he struck out 2. Pitching change being brought to you by Visit Hot Springs and Oaklawn. It's time for a road trip. Hit the jackpot with a trip to Hot Springs National Park, Arkansas, and its #1 attraction, Oaklawn Hot Springs. Plan a trip at hotsprings.org and oaklawn.com. 2-0 Hogs. It's the bottom of the 5th, and the Turkeys on the table for the top of the batting order after this on the Razorback Sports Network from Learfield.
When it comes to keeping your family safe, Summit Utilities is here to help keep your senses sharp both inside and outside your home. If you smell a bad odor like rotten eggs, leave on foot immediately. It might be a gas leak. Then call both 911 and Summit Utilities from a safe location. Outside your home, it's important to know what's below before you dig. Always call 811 to have your utility lines marked. It's free and can save you a lot more than money. Your safety is our priority. For more on gas safety, visit summitutilities.com/safety.
Our care clinics are your hometown source for primary medical care. Our doctors, nurses, and counselors can help patients of all ages with anything from common colds and immunizations to depression, anxiety, and chronic diseases. Our network includes both home delivery and local pharmacies to fulfill your prescriptions. If you don't have insurance, it's okay. We can help with that too. And no one is turned away. With more than 90 locations in Arkansas, there's a good chance we're in your hometown. Look us up at ourcare.net.
Pitched at Cal Berkeley the previous 3 years and has made 26 appearances, 12 starts. May brings a record of 8-3, second on UCLA's team in wins. 242 batting average given up, 70 innings pitched, 26 walks. He struck out 47, has an ERA of 5.01. He's been in and out as a starting pitcher throughout the season. His last start, May 21st, in the Big Ten tournament against Illinois. In fact, he started the first game of that tournament for the Bruins. And he's pitched in relief ever since, including against LSU earlier today. In relief, faced 3 batters. He walked 1 and the run scored. Charles Davalon's the batter. 2 base runners, Iredale and Thomas, collecting back-to-back singles, knocking Cody Delvecchio out of the ballgame. We'll see. Do you think Davalon's going to bunt?
I think he's going to. Unfortunately, if he bunts successfully, they walked Vahiva and pitched to Maxwell.
Davalon has 3 sacrifices for the year. The third baseman, Martin, would come in case first baseman's back behind Thomas. Here's the pitch. No bunt. And takes outside. Ball 1.
I like it. I think this is the right move for that reason I just said.
Davalon had a single to left field in the first inning. They play the shortstop Chalowski behind second, and Davalon's base hit would have been caught. Here's the pitch. A fastball for a strike. 88 miles an hour from Ian May. He's good on lefties. May allows just a 156 batting average to lefties. Righties hit him about 130 points higher. Stretch. 1-1 pitch. Davalon takes a slider outside.
It's a good take right there. Tried to get him to chase.
Vahiva Aloy on deck, then Logan Maxwell. The Hogs only 2 runs coming off the bat of Aloy in the first, and it scored Davalon a home run.
So you can really tell Davalon right here is really choked up.
Next pitch. Grounded foul past Hudson Polk at first base. Strike 2. Davalon's 10 for 25 in the postseason. Leads the Razorbacks in batting average, on base percentage in the tournament. 391, 563 with those numbers coming in. 6 RBIs. Looking for maybe 1 here. Iredale's out to his lead at second. They'd shorten it a bit. Now he extends it 2 steps. Here's the pitch. Davalon chops to second base. Could be 2. Backhanded by Call. Gives Chalowski a feed. Davalon's a double play. 4-6-3. Can't have that. Iredale goes to third. It's Aloy next.
Yeah, that's a killer right there. Boy, the double plays just freaking kill you.
Second double play turned for UCLA. All right, Vahiva Aloy is next. Has the only 2 RBIs of the game, and there's 1 waiting for him at third base. Now, will they keep May in, or are they just going to walk Aloy? I think they'll just walk him.
I'd be surprised if they pitch to him. Wow.
No signal for an intentional walk. Not yet.
Unless they're just going to try to get him to chase.
Ian May will pitch to Vahiva Aloy. First pitch. Fastball outside, and that looks like an intentional ball.
Yeah, that he was set up off the plate. That shows the respect they have for Maxwell, though.
May throws 1-0. Low and in. There might have been a strike on the TrackMan monitor, but called ball 2. Sometimes I wonder if the plate umpire also just makes up his mind on what the pitcher's deciding to do. He thinks he's going to pitch around Aloy, because that should have been a strike. 2-0. The pitch to Aloy is a change for a strike right down Broadway.
Wow. I'm shocked that they're pitching to him, but
he laid it right over the middle.
Maybe he'll throw it there again.
With 2-1. Strike 2 called on the outside.
Yeah, a little backdoor slider right there. I see. I don't even know if you call that a slider. A little curveball.
A lot of break. A lot of horizontal break. Boy, Mays come right at Aloy after falling behind 2-0. That first pitch looked like he wasn't going to attack him. I think he might have tried to fool Vahiva into thinking they were going to walk him.
Yeah, maybe. Fooled me.
Got to run at third base in Iredale. Here's a 2-2 pitch. Fouled off Vahiva's foot.
Boy, another pitch. That stayed right in the middle of the plate.
But another big, slow, horizontal breaking slider that if you time it up, you can nail it.
I mean, that's 21 inches horizontal break. I mean, it's breaking a long way, but it's staying pretty flat. It doesn't have a lot of depth on it.
Iredale and Thomas had singles. Davallon hit into a double play.
Vahiva can time that thing up and catch that barrel out front. He hit it a long way.
Mays' pitch is hit in the air to right field. Hand hit deep. Long run. Brennan to the warning track. At the wall. Off the fence. Ricochets away as a run scores. Aloy's trying for 3. It's picked up by the right fielder Salgado, and Vahiva has a stand-up RBI triple.
Phil, I'll never understand why they pitched to him right there, but they threw him that same pitch 4 times in a row. You can't do that to the best player in the SEC.
108 off the bat. This slider had a little bit more depth, and he hammers it for his second triple of the year. This is a doubles and triples park. It's the first triple for the Razorbacks in Omaha. And they're second of the NCAA tournament. 3-0 score. Maxwell tries to make it 4-0. All 3 RBIs from Vahiva Aloy. He's tripled and homered. Maxwell's 1 for 2. Here's the pitch. Shows bunt. Low and outside, takes ball 1.
Well, that ball just kept going, Phil. That ball that Vahiva hit halfway up the fence.
I do like the idea of the drag bunt. The second baseman calls way back 5-6 feet on the outfield grass. Levu, the first baseman, also way back.
Oh, that's a gift hit right there.
Pitch to Maxwell is fouled off the catcher's foot. 1-1. Yeah, that if you drag that bunt, get it past the mound, it's 4-0.
Phil, we played in a regional way back in the day in Waterbury, Connecticut, and we faced a dude just like this, except he never broke. His fastball was like 76 miles an hour, 77. Threw just like this dude.
Logan Maxwell has 9 RBIs in the tournament. Now the pitch. And it's low. 2-1. Yeah, with this, I mean, you figure you're getting a breaking ball. It just varies the way that it breaks.
Yeah.
They're more horizontal, a little bit of drop.
I mean, but after he throws it once or twice, you time that thing up. It's good hitting.
2-1 on Maxwell. Almost hit him. Bent out of the way. 3-1 with Helfrich on deck. So the right-hander in the UCLA bullpen. Aiden Jimenez still getting loose for the Hogs. I think they're done with Zach Root.
Yeah, I think Zach did everything we needed him to.
The pitch to Maxwell. High. He walks. Runners of the corners for Helfrich.
I'm amazed, Phil, that he keeps throwing that same pitch.
John Savage is coming out again. Maybe it for Ian May. May gives up a triple and a walk, but also got a double play from Charles Davallon. So the third run will be charged to Del Vecchio. May gets credit for 2/3 of an inning. 1 hit, 1 walk, but he also leaves 2 base runners for the right-hander that's been getting ready for UCLA for a few minutes. Pitching changes are brought to you by Visit Hot Springs and Oakland. Time for a road trip. Hit the jackpot with a trip to Hot Springs National Park, Arkansas, and its #1 attraction, Oaklawn Hot Springs. Plan a trip at hotsprings.org and oaklawn.com. Cal Randall is the new pitcher for the UCLA Bruins. We'll let you know about him and the rest of this bottom of the fifth in a minute. Arkansas leading 3-0 over UCLA. Now this from your local Ford dealer.
The Hog Call, the siren song of the Cardinal and White. Heard in every corner of Baum Walker Stadium, it's a clear warning for any foe that dares get in their way. Ford knows that strong traditions start with leadership, like Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks 48 years straight. Drive F-150, official truck of the Razorbacks, only at your Arkansas Ford dealer. Based on 1977 to 2024 total sales.
What's up, baseball fans? Enjoying the game should be easy. Don't overthink it. What to wear? Done. Just toss on your lucky jersey. Don't know what to serve your friends? Easy. Pick up some burgers for the grill and grab some Bud Light for your pregame tailgate. See? It's that easy. Just like Bud Light, which is always brewed with 4 simple ingredients for a clean, crisp taste. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
This is Razorback baseball in the NCAA tournament. Let's go back to the booth. Here again, Phil Elson.
The third pitcher of this fifth inning for UCLA is Cal Randall. He's a tall right-hander, 6'4". And he's from Discovery Bay, California. So this should be a pretty interesting at-bat, because it's 2 kids from Discovery Bay, Cal Randall and Ryder Helfrich, that are going to go at each other. Randall went to De La Salle High School. Helfrich went to Clayton Valley Charter High School, so they're from the same town in California, but they didn't go to the same school. And he's been brought on to pitch to Helfrich because right-handers don't do very much against Cal Randall. They bat 138 against him. Lefties 300. Randall making appearance number 28. 2 wins, 1 loss. 193 batting average allowed. 25 innings, 14 walks, 29 strikeouts, and he's got an ERA of 2.88. He's also thrown 2 wild pitches, hit 9 batters. And that's who John Savage turns to, replacing Ian May. The Hogs have a run in this fifth inning. Only 1 of 4 batters has been retired, but that was Davalon hitting into a double play. Behiba Aloy followed with a run-scoring triple, then Logan Maxwell walked, and it's Helfrich against his fellow Discovery Bayer.
I guess it's safe to say this guy's effectively wild.
Helfrich is 0 for 2. He's grounded sharply into an out. He has struck out. And here's the set. The first pitch to Helfrich, a low slider. Well, Cal Randall looks like he could break his own nose with his leg kick.
That's a giant leg kick.
Better watch out for that knee. Stretch and pitch. Low again. Helfrich ahead 2-0.
That's why you focus on the logo on the front of the hat, so you don't see any of that crap.
Yeah, let me watch the high leg kick. The Rocket who's pitching on the mound. 2-0 on Helfrich. The stretch and the pitch. Fastball grounded foul. He was ready for it a little early. It's really fun to think about kids from the same hometown facing each other, like Cunningham and Wood yesterday. I thought that was terrific.
To think that they end up here in Omaha, it's crazy.
In the middle of the country. 2 balls, 1 strike on Helfrich. Stretch by Randall. First and third, and Helfrich takes another low slider. Dribbles just a few feet away. 3-1 the count with Kojal on deck. And remember, the numbers for Randall are not very good against lefties. They've got a lefty up in the pen right now. This is what they do. This is one of the things about UCLA. A ton of pitching changes to set up lefty-lefty and righty-righty. Maxwell at first, Behiba Aloy at third, and a 3-1 pitch to Helfrich. Swung on, popped up. Second baseman Call into the right field grass. He'll set up, shuffle his feet once, and make the catch to retire the side. Well, the Razorbacks score a run, leave a couple of runners. The run comes on 3 hits and a walk. Two Stranded. Brought to you by Toyota, a proud sponsor of Razorback Athletics. Razorback power, razor sharp style. Visit a local Toyota dealer today. Aiden Jimenez coming out from the bullpen with 5 innings in the books, and Arkansas leading UCLA 3-0 on the Razorback Sports Network from Learfield.
Go-Go Squeeze is super excited to be on the field with University of Arkansas athletes. With a variety of deliciously fruity flavors, there's something for the whole Razorback family to enjoy. Go-Go Squeeze offers delicious fruit blend pouches that are gluten-free and nut-free. For active people, Go-Go Squeeze Active Fruit Blend with electrolytes can help replenish some of the essential minerals lost during exercise. Check out our whole line of pantry-friendly fruit and dairy products at most major retailers and online. So grab a Go-Go Squeeze and let's cheer on our Razorbacks together. Go Hogs!
At Mach 1 Financial Group, we're proud to be fiduciary financial advisors. That means we're dedicated to putting your interests first, offering advice that's transparent and tailored to your goals. No hidden agenda, just trusted guidance you can rely on. This year, partner with a team you can trust. Visit Mach1FG.com to connect with one of our fiduciary advisors today. Mach 1 Financial Group, LLC is a registered investment advisor located in Rogers, Arkansas. A copy of Mach 1's current written disclosure brochure is available through the SEC website and at disclosures.mach1fg.com.
Zach Root's out of the ball game after delivering 5 scoreless innings, which means that the Razorback pitching staff is on a stretch of 15 consecutive scoreless innings. A 3-0 lead. It was 2-0 entering the 5th. Now it's 3-0. 5 scoreless innings for Zach Root. 3 hits, 2 walks, just the 6 base runners when you count the 1 error made by Brent Iredale, but that error was erased very quickly thanks to a heads-up play backing up at first base by Cam Kojal. So now it's Jimenez to make his 21st appearance of the season. Aiden hailing from Elk Grove, California via Oregon State. His former school was eliminated this afternoon by Louisville. Jimenez carries 4 wins, 1 loss, 1 save, a .264 batting average allowed, 39 in the 3rd innings, 12 walks, 38 strikeouts, an ERA of .366. It's been a little wild here in the NCAA tournament, walking 5 batters in 4 2/3 innings. That's not the kind of pitcher we saw Aiden be throughout most of, if not all, of the regular season. This is a strike thrower. Rock Chalowski to lead off the 6th inning with Mulavai Levu and Roman Martin, the 2-3-4 batters due up. And they get a right-hander now for the first time. Jimenez starts his day in the 6th with a ball low outside on Chalowski. 1-0. Chalowski's 1 for 2. First inning single, 3rd inning ground ball out. Jimenez throws 1-0. And Chalowski's early with a ground ball foul. This kind of follows the script that you saw from the Hogs a lot throughout the season. Jimenez quite often was the first guy out of the pen. On a Friday behind Zach Root, sometimes it was Gabe Gackle. 1-1. Chalowski chops it up the middle. Eloy chasing it at short. Got him back a second. Quick throw. Gets Chalowski at first base. Good pitch by Jimenez, and he jammed Chalowski.
That's a good fastball up and in, 94 right under his hands.
Chalowski's 1 for 3. You know, you keep Chalowski from getting too many opportunities to drive in runs. You're going to do well. He's only had 1 at-bat with a man on base. It was the 1st inning. Mulavai Levu flied out of the 1st inning. Reached on Iredale's throwing error in the 4th, but then stumbled and made an awkward turn on the stumble and was tagged out after it. Iredale leaves 3rd base wide open. He plays with the hole at shortstop. And the first pitch on the left-handed at Levu is outside.
And that's such a huge play, Phil, because that was leading off the inning.
Yeah, and then Root got the next 2 batters. It's the only error of the ball game, and it did not even lead to a man reaching base safely after the at-bat was over. 1-0. Fouled under the net. Levu tried to turn. 1-1.
Good cutter right there by Jimenez.
Mulavai Levu. This is one of my favorite names of the year. UCLA's got some fun ones. 1-1. It's popped up. It's near the plate, near the pitcher's mound. Iredale gets over first, makes the catch from third base. And there's 2 quick outs in the UCLA 6th inning.
So that's one of those pop-ups, Phil, 56 miles an hour. Iredale had to bust it to get into the mound. If Jimenez would have stood there, it would almost hit him on the head, but he got out of the way. It just baffles me. I'd rather my pitcher just catch that.
That's one of the things that you'll just never get past, right?
I know these guys are athletes. I watch them work out with Hunter Bell, and the stuff he puts them through, you know they're athletic.
Oh, you see them throw that medicine ball up in the sky?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my gosh. Here's Roman Martin, who's 0 for 1 with a walk and a line out, right-handed batter. Jimenez pumps it in. Slider, strike called.
I mean, I get it as if it's super high, but like that one, that wasn't super high. Iredale had to bust it to get into right to the mound to catch that. It's kind of crazy.
1 strike count on Martin. Nobody on 2 outs. Zach Root had 2 perfect innings. Jimenez's pitch is low. 1-1 count on the UCLA cleanup batter. Bruins have stranded 4 runners. They had a runner thrown out at home plate on an attempted steal. That's right, a straight steal of home plate ended the first inning. Dean West was caught by Root and Helfrich. 1-1 is tapped foul by Martin, strike 2.
It's a good fastball right there, running in on Martin's knuckles.
We would love a 1-2-3 inning here because once Jimenez gets rolling, he can be pretty tough to settle in. The count is 1-2. Here's the pitch. He struck him out looking with a breaking ball on the outside corner. Down goes UCLA. 1-2-3. Takes us to the last of the 6th inning. The Hogs 3, the Bruins nothing. Now this from UAMS Health.
At UAMS, we're advancing, taking benchmark research to the bedside to offer patients the latest treatments and clinical trials. We're leading, providing access to the state's most comprehensive team of medical experts through our statewide network of clinics and virtual care. And we're educating, training the next generation of healthcare leaders and innovators. As the state's only health sciences university, UAMS is creating a better state of health for you.
Hey Razorback fans, Phil Elson here with some fantastic news. Harps Food Stores has a game-changing mobile app called My Hometown Rewards. With this app, you can unlock incredible savings, get exclusive deals, personalized coupons, and even a digital shopping list, all at your fingertips. And as a new feature, coupon savings are now offered instantly at checkout. Whether you're stocking up for the big game or just grabbing some snacks, the My Hometown Rewards app from Harps makes it easy. It's a win-win for Razorback fans like you. Harps, hometown fresh.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Arkansas. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the express written consent of the University of Arkansas and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the University of Arkansas.
Bottom of the 6th inning. Arkansas coming back up here with a 3-0 lead over the UCLA Bruins. Just got an added run of support in the 5th on a triple by Vahiva Aloy, who's knocked in all 3 Arkansas runs. And a great 6th inning pitched by Aiden Jimenez. 3 up, 3 down. No stress. 5, 6, and 7 for the Hogs. Kojal, Kuhio Aloy, and Reese Robinette against Cal Randall. Randall, the 3rd pitcher in the 5th inning for the Bruins, getting Helfrich on a pop-up. Now it's the lefty Kojal who leads off. Here's the pitch. Fastball's a strike. Comes in at 91. Kojal's 0 for 2. He struck out and lined out. 1 for 9 here in Omaha. The lefty up in the UCLA pen. Shortstop up the middle. Here's the 0-1. Swing and a miss. Late on the fastball. Strike 2.
It's a good fastball right there. That's 97.
Randall looks like a pretty intense cat. Look at how he stares over the top of his glove. 0-2 pitch. Low.
Got a little nuclear loose in that windup.
A little bit of it, you're right.
1-2.
Think you could hit water if you fell out of a boat?
We'll see.
It looks like a pretty good pitcher. 1-2. Outside on Kojal.
That's a dangerous pitch to take with this guy behind the plate.
I think his teammates call him Meat. Did anyone call you Meat your rookie year, your first year?
No, never got a Meat. Never.
I don't think you're allowed to call anyone whose name is Bubba Meat. Kojal takes ball 3, the count full. All right, so you've gone from 0-2 to 3-2. Randall turns, kicks, and throws. Kojal strikes out looking. Tossed the bat away, thought it was outside. I'll have to pick the bat up and walk into the dugout. Fastball outside corner, 1 away.
Yeah, that's a good pitch right there. He painted that outside corner.
Kuhio Aloy is next. Single on the second, fly out in the fourth. The first pitch on Kuhio is a fastball at the knee. Strike 1. Hogs out hitting UCLA 8-3. And a 3-0 lead. Aloy takes a slider outside. One pitch. Got a call on the low portion. Strike 2.
Just painted that bottom part of the plate.
You know, opposing hitters are 9 for 86 against Arkansas pitch. 9 for 82 in this in Omaha. Foul out of play by Aloy. 1-2. 9 for 82. That's what opposing hitters are against Arkansas pitchers here in Omaha.
Go Hogs.
Helps when one of your guys threw a no-hitter. 1-2 on Kuhio Aloy. Randall deals outside. That's a close take. It's 2-2.
I tell you what, this dude, Gregory, whatever his last name, Street, does not call that side of the plate. He'll call the other side of the plate. He didn't call that outside the righties.
Now the 2-2 on Aloy. Kuhio strikes out swinging. He was early on a fastball, and there's 2 away. Reese Robinette next. Bats haven't woken up, Bubba. It just hasn't happened yet. You know, when you look at yesterday, you say, well, the bats haven't woken up. You had 10 hits. 10 hits usually, though, leads to more than 3 runs. It's where the hitting is. It's clutch hitting. Here's Robinette. Check swing. They'll appeal it to third, strike, said Kellen Levy, 0-1. Robinette's 0 for 2. Double play and a ground out for Robinette, both on the right side. Call plays a deep second base. 0-1. Down and in, ball and a strike. A Razorback pitcher playing catch with a football in the bullpen. Reese almost got hit. Ball skipped in front of his foot. 2-1.
Yeah, when this guy misses, he misses bad.
Kojal struck out. Kuhio struck out. Hogs have struck out 5 times in the game. Here's the pitch. It's high and outside. It's 3-1 on Reese Robinette.
I feel they just showed projected first-round picks. So Vahiva is 13. Gage is all the way up to 17.
Wow. Kate Anderson, 3.
Yeah.
The 3-1. Robinette swings. There's a fly ball to deep left. West will have it short of the warning track. Makes the catch. 3 up, 3 down in the Arkansas 6th inning. You know, many of us spend more time thinking about what's for dinner than thinking about retirement. Well, if you think your retirement needs deserve more attention, get a hold of Edward Jones, they can help. Go to edwardjones.com and you can learn more. Edward Jones, member SIPC. To the top of the 7th inning, Arkansas 3, UCLA nothing. This is the Razorback Sports Network from Learfield.
From your favorite drive-thru coffee to the iced tea from the hotel lobby, many of the beverages you enjoy every day come from Arkansas's own West Rock Coffee Company. As the official sponsor of the Razorbacks, West Rock Coffee fuels our team and customers all over the world. We are the trusted provider of coffee, tea, flavors, extracts, and ingredients to the brands you love, and we are dedicated to making a difference. Learn more about West Rock Coffee's global impact at westrockcoffee.com.
Razorback Nation, I am Renata Jenkins-Fowler with Roller Funeral Homes. We are all getting ready for that big game this week. Our Arkansas Razorbacks have prepared, practiced, and are now ready to put their best on display for us. When you choose the Roller Funeral Home in your hometown, you can be assured, like our Arkansas Razorbacks, that we will be ready to put our best on display while serving you and your family. Roller Funeral Homes, serving the Razorback Nation with all our respect.
Hogs 3, Bruins nothing, with 6 innings in the books in an Elimination Tuesday ball game where the winner gets LSU tomorrow night. Behiva Loy's driven in all 3 runs. Hit a homer in the first inning for a 2-0 lead. Hit a triple in the 5th to make it 3-0. Hogs about hit UCLA 8-3. They've also committed the only error in the game. Arkansas got 5 scoreless from Zach Root. And so far, 1 perfect inning from Aiden Jimenez. He's back in for the 7th inning. The 5-6-7 batters coming up for the Bruins. Our game update is presented by UAMS Health. They're the official orthopedics and sports medicine provider for the Razorbacks and have locations all over Arkansas. So do what the Hogs do. Trust your care to UAMS Health. A.J. Salgado to lead off the 7th inning. Left-hand batting right fielder. Jimenez misses outside with a fastball to start the 7th. Salgado's 0 for 2. Brennan on deck, 1 for 2. And Bythewood, bat third this inning if they let him bat, has struck out twice. Salgado hovering over the inside part of the plate with his head. The target by Helfrich's on the outside. Jimenez's pitch is lined the other way, foul. Hit hard, but sliced, foul. Strike 1.
Once again, that's perfect location by Jimenez. He's peppering that outside corner, Phil.
Jimenez looks back comfortable as a reliever. 1-1. Fouled into the screen. Came with the cutter, and that's the pitch that really defines Jimenez. Makes him really tough on lefties. Lefties against Jimenez this year, 16 for 63.
I like it. What average is that?
Here's the pitch. A chopper hit foul past first base.
My calculator's broken.
No, it isn't. 254.
What is it?
254. Your calculator's not broken. You got the same phone everybody else has that's listening.
Oh, my bad.
You ever use the calculator?
My hands are full.
You got a baseball in one hand. I'll do the math. It's okay.
That's why you make the big bucks, Phil. Come on.
It's because I can calculate all the money. Here's the 1-2. Fouled into the screen.
Tried to back leg that slider right there. Pretty good hack.
I've always said, Bubba, keep me away from you do not need me counting the money. I'm not going to steal it. I'll just miscount. You think I'm good at math, right?
I think my wife miscounts it all the time. It just disappears.
One and 2. Salgado turned away from one down and in. 2 balls, 2 strikes on A.J. Salgado leading off the 7th inning. Bruins have had the leadoff man reach twice. Twice that leadoff man hit a single. Twice he reached third base. Once he was caught stealing home. The other he was stranded. 2-2 on A.J. Salgado. Jimenez throws. Struck him out swinging. Slider was in the dirt. Helfrich missed him with a tag. No, he didn't. He got him. Got him as Salgado tried everything he could do to get away from Helfrich. The rider just kind of swiped out twice and nudged him somewhere.
Helfer chased him almost halfway down the line, Phil, to get the tag.
It was going to look like a game of tag, really, is what it was going to look like. I'll give Salgado A+ for the efforts of getting out of the way of the tag. 7 strikeouts for the Hogs. That's 2 for Jimenez, and now it's Brennan batting left-handed. 1 for 2 with a single and a ground out. Pitch. Dribbler foul. Goes over the Greatest Show on Dirt logo, strike 1.
You're not going to outrun our catcher.
Isn't that crazy to think about that? And that's true, too. 2 of the fastest guys on the team are Iredale and Helfrich.
Yeah.
I think Iredale could play short. I think Helfrich could play anywhere.
Did you see him last weekend playing short at home?
Yes. It didn't catch me off guard. I was just surprised I hadn't seen him do it much before. Jimenez paint strike 2 on Brennan on the outside.
I mean, during BP, he's out there shagging at shortstop, and he looked like Derek Jeter.
Yeah.
I mean,
first he took ground balls at second base, then he took them at shortstop, and then he's fielding all the hard balls during batting practice. This was during the regional, or the super regional.
Yeah, the super.
1-2. 0-2. Slow roller, second base coach who charges from the outfield grass. Close from the grass, throws, and got him at first closely. 2 outs in the 7th inning.
Well, Cam made that a little too close.
Cam's been all over the place at second base today.
You know, he was playing back and he came in. I was afraid he was going to get a bad hop off that lip.
He knew exactly when he needed to feel it. If he took another quarter step, it would have been too late.
Yeah, you're right. You think if he'd have taken a bad hop off the lip, he'd have blamed his dad?
That's right. Go to your dad. Dad, what's with the bad hop? Let's go. You love me.
Yeah, clean it up, Dad. Let's go.
They're going to have a pinch hitter. Aiden Espinoza will bat. He's a lefty. They take Bythewood out of the game. Bythewood just looked lost. Here's the pitch. And a strike taken by Espinoza. So Espinoza bats .316 without a home run. He has 6 hits on the year. One strike count, 2 outs, no one on. Pitch down and in, 1-1.
Yeah, you hate to say that about Bythewood, but I mean, he just did not look good against Zach Root.
You know, it makes you feel that there's been an empty spot in this UCLA lineup throughout a chunk of the season. They got 8 guys who started almost every game, close to every game. And then I think they kind of search a little bit at DH.
You know, you've seen the Razorbacks do that in the past.
Yeah.
Look for that 9th batter.
1-1. Swing and a miss. Slider low on Bythewood.
Fooled him bad with that pitch. It's Espinosa, Phil.
It's an easier name. 1-2. Round ball right at Aloy at shortstop. Near second base, fields and flips and got him at first. And Aiden Jimenez is perfect through 2 innings of relief. Our 7th inning stretch presented by Kubota. Get home run deals to stretch your savings right now during Kubota's Orange Days. Find a local Kubota dealer at ArkansasKubotaDealers.com. The Razorbacks come into bat in the bottom of the 7th inning. Arkansas 3, UCLA nothing. Now this from Saracen Casino Resort.
Make every day an epic day while driving your new Nissan Armada from Trotter Nissan and Saracen Casino Resort. This top-of-the-line Platinum Reserve Edition is a dream drive for wherever your adventure takes you. And you can win this premium SUV from Saracen Casino this month. Play today for your chance at winning Nissan's Armada Platinum Reserve that will take you everywhere and anywhere in style.
Saracen Casino Resort, Vegas, Arkansas style.
Gambling problem? Call 800-GAMBLER.
With Toyota's versatile SUVs, you'll be ready for any adventure, no matter who you're adventuring with. Bringing your furry co-pilot along, the RAV4's Power Pack Performance is bound to spark some zoom time. Scoop them up in the Corolla Cross. Its sleek design will make up for the fact that you're always fashionably late. No matter who you're rolling with, there's a Toyota SUV fit just for you. Visit your local Toyota dealer today. Toyota is a proud sponsor of Razorback Athletics. Razorback Power, razor sharp style. Toyota, let's go places. See packages and options at toyota.com for feature availability.
You're listening to Arkansas baseball in the NCAA Division I Baseball Championship. Here again, Bill Elson.
God Bless America just performed at Charles Schwab Field before the 7th inning stretch. And that means they'll take me out to the ball game now. UCLA still has plenty of time to warm up. The playing of God Bless America does not count against the 2 minutes that you get to warm up. But UCLA was about to warm up while the trumpeter was playing the song.
Yeah, I didn't know. I don't know. I think the home plate umpire actually told him, hey, dude, quit warming up.
Otherwise, I think he was going to keep going.
So, look at it. They're showing the fishing. They're showing Norm.
Oh, on the ESPN broadcast. Yeah, you wonder if Cam has taken the guys to any of the fishing spots, but it's not like they can do any fishing anymore. The only way you do fishing, if you come to the College World Series, is if you stay in the winner's bracket.
I actually, I don't know. I talked to Souza earlier, and he said that Cam took him for a little bit. So
got to get it in every day, right?
I don't know if everyone's supposed to know about that.
It's like a guy who managed the Travelers a year that I worked there. It wasn't a day for him unless he got in at least 18 holes of golf, sometimes 36. He was much more interested in how he performed in the morning on the golf course than the team performed at night at the ballpark.
Isn't that crazy? I played with pitchers that took their clubs on the road all the time, and we weren't allowed to play on the road.
You were not.
Yeah, we had one backup catcher that could play.
What did you think about the guys swinging the golf club, though, at the golf club the other day? Because they all took drive swings, and I wondered about that. I don't think it would ruin them, because it's not like they played a whole round of golf. They just took a few swings.
Nah, it's not going to mess you up. That's like people saying the home run derby messes hitters up. It doesn't. It's 20, 30, 40 swings. It takes 4,000 swings for muscle memory.
You know that math pretty well.
I do know that math.
Hogs 3, Bruins nothing, ready for the bottom of the 7th inning. Brent Iredale about to stand in the box.
So you've taken 2 good swings, so you've got 3,998 more to go.
Don't I get credit for maybe 1 foul ball, maybe? Here's Iredale, speaking of good swings. And the first pitch from Cal Randall is inside. Iredale has 2 singles, 1 to center, 1 to right. It's his first 2 hits of Omaha. I've kind of thought, I think he might turn on one. Here's the pitch. High, ball 2. So you're supposed to ask if I'm calling it, and the answer, Bubba, is yes.
You're calling it right here?
Yep.
I like it, Phil. You're kind of pumping me up now.
Now, keep in mind, he hasn't homered outside of Baum Walker this year. It's a gutsy call. 2-0. Low ball 3. Gutsy call or maybe stupid.
No, I think it's gutsy. I like it. You usually just kind of dabble in it.
The 3-0 is a strike. Should have been a ball, but the strike zone expands on 3-0 with Gregory Street.
Yeah, that's definitely ball 4.
Yeah, Gregory Street's strike zone turns into a boulevard on 3-0. The 3-1. Strike 2 called. Bottom of the zone. Good pitch. Now it's full.
Yeah, there's no one in the world can hit a home run on that pitch.
14 homers for the year for Iredale, all in Fayetteville. 3-2. Low outside. I'll take a walk.
He deserved the walk. Well, I tell you what, I think that Nate was about to have a meltdown over there over a couple of those calls, especially the 3-1 fastball down. Nate did not like it.
So Iredale on the board. You know you're getting the same issue, a little bit of the same issue that you've seen for the first 2 games. Bottom of the batting order, somebody's doing something. You're getting something from the top of the batting order, not much in the middle. And the middle is where your runs come from. That's where the run production comes from. John Savage coming out. Savage points to the bullpen.
I'm kind of glad they're getting this dude out of there. This guy's kind of got good stuff.
Cal Randall finishes 1 1/3 innings, walks a batter, strikes out 2, gives up no hits. Whether or not he's charged with a run is up to the next UCLA pitcher. Number 45 is what he wears, and it's Chris Grotus will be the next UCLA pitcher. Pitching changes are brought to you by Visit Hot Springs and Oaklawn. It's time for a road trip. Hit the jackpot with a trip to Hot Springs National Park, Arkansas, and its #1 attraction, Oaklawn Hot Springs. You can plan a trip at hotsprings.org and oaklawn.com. The Hogs up in the bottom of the 7th, 3-0 over UCLA. This is the Razorback Sports Network from Learfield.
First Security is about more than great banking. Yes, we provide the financial expertise, digital tools, and everything else you need when you need it. But we also go all in on local support with friendly professionals, plus convenient locations all across the state. Because we believe personal banking is better banking. Visit fsbank.com for details. That's fsbank.com for friendly, local banking with First Security. Bank better. Member FDIC.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Try and taste with your ears. Hear those bubbles? Imagine them tingling on your tongue. Fizzy deliciousness. Listen to that cascading liquid. A mouth-watering waterfall. Irresistibly tasty. Zero sugar. Crisp, refreshing, and ice cold. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
The new pitcher for UCLA, Chris Grotus, left-hander, 6'3", from Anaheim, California. It's his second year with UCLA and a full-time reliever. 20 appearances, 4 wins, 1 loss, 212 average given up. Grotus has finished 32 innings, 14 walks, 31 strikeouts, ERAs at 4.78. He's been brought on to pitch to Justin Thomas Jr., so it's lefty-righty in this situation. Grotus holding right-handers to a 194 batting average, lefties 239. That's what they turn to with Thomas batting and Iredale at first base. Grotus last appearing for the Bruins in their loss to LSU earlier today, facing 4 batters. He gave up a hit, struck out 3. Thomas has a single, is 1 for 2. The third baseman Martin coming up at the edge of the pit. Iredale gets a look. Thomas shows bunt, takes one on the dirt. Scooped out by Duggar. Ball 1. Grotus. It's spelled Grotuus. Grotus.
They don't have like any simple names like Bill Jones or anything,
no,
do they?
There's no Jim Smith. There's no Michael Jones in the lineup here. Yeah, the easiest name is Phoenix Call. 1-0 count on Thomas. Squares, bunts, pushes towards the pitcher, and it's picked up by Grotus. The throw to first gets Thomas. Sack bunt, 1-3 put out. Iredale to second base.
Perfect bunt right there, and he almost beat that out. Call was late getting to the bag. He just got there in time.
And at second, top of the batting order, you're looking for the clutch hit. You only have 3 runs with a 3-0 lead, and Aloy's driven in all of them. Davalon will bat. Charles singled and scored in the first and is 1 for 3. Bounced into a double play 2 innings ago. This is lefty-lefty. Grotus throws to Davalon, and a fastball's a strike on the outside. The shortstop Chalowski will try to take one away up the middle and also hold Iredale. The second baseman Call, he's on the outfield grass, 3 feet. Stretch by Grotus, and the pitch. Davalon a swing and a bouncing ball towards second base. Call backhands it, and an off-balance throw to first for the out. Call kind of put himself in a weird-looking position to handle the ground ball, but does make the play.
Okay, are they going to pitch to him this time?
It's Vahiba Aloy batting with a runner at third and 2 outs. The same situation that Aloy batted in the 5th inning.
There's no way they're going to. No, they're not. Okay.
They will now intentionally walk Vahiba Aloy, which makes a lot of sense considering they had a chance to do the same in the 5th inning. Pitch to him, and he had a run-scoring triple off the fence. So
I'm still scratching my head about that one, Phil. I'm sorry. Some things just don't make sense, and that one doesn't.
No, it did not. So Logan Maxwell Still in search of his second RBI in Omaha. Had a sac fly for a run batted in yesterday, but a fly out doesn't do anything here. Strikeout, single, walk for Maxwell tonight. Batting average sitting at .347. Chalowski's way behind second base, but the open shortstop. Maxwell's got a base hit on a routine ground ball to shortstop if he can do it. Stretched by Grotus. The lefty angles at first, now the pitch. And it's a strike. He throws a slider on the outside.
Perfect location out there. I think Logan's taking an offensive timeout there.
You know what? I think it's about time.
Yeah.
I don't remember any of the Razorback hitters doing this over the last 2 days. Smart move.
You know, it's so funny how we have goggles. When we do that, it's a smart move. When Tennessee does it, we're like, let's go, get in the box.
Yeah, it's annoying. Yeah, but of course. I mean, we're right both ways. 0-1 the count. Grotus throws to Maxwell. Logan takes a slider outside.
Yeah,
1-1.
We don't do it every time we get 2 strikes. We don't go get a helmet out of the dugout. We don't get sticky stick every time we get an 0-2 count. There's a difference.
So it was a really good timeout by Maxwell.
It was a great timeout.
Best timeout of the year.
Smart baseball.
1-1 on Maxwell. Pitch on the way. Late swing. Foul ball left side.
Boy, that was his pitch, Phil. He tried to pull his hands inside and shoot that to left.
It's the one that I asked Dave about. You know, I mean, if there's a thing to concern you about Arkansas offensively is they're getting jammed on pitches that usually they don't get jammed on.
I mean, that's a pitch that you really got to hammer that pitch right there. 1-1 count. He just missed with a slider away.
You're 1-2 on Maxwell. Grotus throws low. 2-2 on Logan Maxwell, looking to make it 4-0 potentially with a base hit. Get something with the gap down a line. Aloy at first base could score with 2 outs. He'll run on contact. They do have Levu holding him. The set by the lefty, the pitch to Maxwell, swung on, hit towards left center field. Could be a gapper. That one's down. A gapper to the fence, scoring 1. Here comes Aloy. 2 runs in. Logan Maxwell at second base to make it 5-0.
Great piece of hitting right there, Phil. Threw him one too many breaking balls. That ball, he stayed on that ball, drove that to left center. Man, it stayed up there. I thought they were going to get to it.
It was the definition of right in the middle between West and Brennan.
I mean, he hit that ball 102 off the bat, but boy, it just stayed up.
Maxwell's 5th double of the year. Think about that. For all the base hits he has this season, 61 of them, only 5 doubles. Drives in his 37th and 38th. Second and third RBIs for Maxwell in Omaha. That'll be it for Grotus. Grotus sees his head coach coming out. He puts his hands on his knees and looks to the ground. This 7th inning pitching change is brought to you by Visit Hot Springs and Oaklawn. It's time for a road trip. Hit the jackpot with a trip to Hot Springs National Park, Arkansas, and its #1 attraction, Oaklawn Hot Springs. Plan a trip at hotsprings.org and oaklawn.com. The Hogs have opened up a 5-0 lead in the 7th inning over UCLA, and they're looking for more after this from Summit Utilities.
At Summit Utilities, we're more than just your gas bill. We're also your neighbors, and we're here to help, just like your neighbors do. Account-related questions, aid in setting up a payment plan, or assistance with rebate processing to help you save money on a new water heater. We've got you. At Summit, we're the keepers of the flame, making sure you have hot meals, warm baths, and a cozy home, providing you with energy that's there when and where you need it. Summit Utilities. Comfort delivered.
The Hog Call, the siren song of the Cardinal and White. Heard in every corner of Baum Walker Stadium, it's a clear warning for any foe that dares get in their way. Ford knows that strong traditions start with leadership, like Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks 48 years straight. Drive F-150, official truck of the Razorbacks, only at your Arkansas Ford dealer. Based on 1977 to 2024 total sales.
Jack O'Connor's the new pitcher for UCLA. We'll get into his numbers and the rest of this bottom of the 7th inning with the Hogs up 5-0 after a 10-second break on the Razorback Sports Network from Learfield. Thanks for being with us for a Tuesday night at the home of the College World Series here in downtown Omaha, Charles Schwab Field. The Hogs stayed alive yesterday with one of the most legendary performances in the history of college baseball. Gage Wood's no-hitter with 19 strikeouts. And the combination of Zach Rude and Aiden Jimenez have carried the shutout streak. 7 innings today, 9 innings yesterday, and then 1 inning to start the streak on Saturday. 17 consecutive innings that the Hogs have kept opponents from scoring here in the College World Series. And they're batting in the 7th inning. 2 runs home. Logan Maxwell doubled, driving in Vahiva Aloy and Brett Iredale. That knocks Chris Grotus out of the game, and Jack O'Connor is the new pitcher for UCLA. O'Connor is a right-hander, and he'll make appearance number 27. 3 wins and no losses, 1 save. He works on Ryder Helfrich. Hog catcher swings and fouls the first pitch back. O'Connor has finished 26 and 2/3 innings, 214 average allowed, 6 walks, 17 strikeouts, and is the lowest earned run average for any UCLA pitcher that's thrown at least 10 innings. 169 is his ERA. Maxwell leads at second. Helfrich takes a pitch low, and it's 1-1. 9 base hits for the Razorbacks today. UCLA pitchers have helped out with 3 walks. They've struck out just 5 times. Maxwell's got the second baseman call, now backing off. Helfrich looks at strike 2.
Yeah, good cutter right there, outside corner. Boy, Phil, looking up there and seeing 5-0 looks way better than 3-0.
No kidding. It's good to see somebody other than Aloy knocking the runs. Maxwell, that's a guy really, if you get him going, things change offensively. It's a 1-2 on Ryder Helfrich. Pitches low outside, 2-2. Full effect of the lights here downtown. We've got misty skies. Either that or that's one of the kitchens is blowing smoke out from the suites. That's what it is. The Bob Carey pedestrian bridge, which will take you over to Council Bluffs, Iowa. Bright purple lights. Stretch by O'Connor. Helfrich foul tips, strike 3, and that'll end the Razorback 7th inning. Ryder's 0 for 4 after the strikeout, his second of the game, but Hogs answered 2 runs in the 7th inning on 1 hit, 1 stranded. Remember, the legendary Catfish Hole is selling their amazing tomato relish at Walmart neighborhood markets in Northwest Arkansas and at supercenters in the River Valley. It's the legendary Catfish Hole's tomato relish, and maybe there's going to be frozen hush puppies next. Hogs lead 5-0 over UCLA with 7 innings complete on the Razorback Sports Network from Learfield.
Now is the time to join Hogs Plus, the Netflix for Razorback fans.
Arkansas wins it. Here they come.
Documentaries, exclusive interviews.
There are people everywhere. And, next thing you know, it's just everybody's packed.
Insider access. And an incredible library of films.
Arkansas leads it by 3.
A membership like no other.
I don't think it gets any better than this.
You're giving me goosebumps now.
Start your free trial today at hogsplus.com.
I'm a big believer that when you surround yourself with the best, it kind of gets the best out of you. And I wanted to play for a program where you're expected to be the best.
2 home runs, including a grand slam for Charles Davalon.
In this week's episode of The Hog Pod, we sat down with the SEC's hit leader, Charles Davalon, to talk about how a kid from Montreal went from hockey rinks to hitting leadoff for the Razorbacks, how a couple of highlights on Twitter helped launch it all. Available wherever you get podcasts.
Kendall Diggs now playing right field for the Razorbacks. Looks like he pinch ran for Maxwell in the 7th inning after the double. So Diggs is in right field, third in the batting order. Figure you got enough offense now with a 5-0 lead, and Aiden Jimenez retiring all 6 batters faced in relief before facing off against Cashel Duggar, the number 8 hitter, to start the 8th inning. Bruins so far held to 3 singles and 2 walks and 1 error. Pitch on Duggar's a cutter for a strike. Duggar is struck out, grounded to first base. UCLA's first 2 batters had hits. They have 1 hit since then. Jimenez throws, swing and a miss. High cutter, strike 2.
It's not where he wanted that pitch, but that's a good miss.
No balls, 2 strikes on Cashel Duggar. The pitch is just off the plate inside.
Oh. Clip that inside corner.
There have been pitches called way farther off the plate than that one, a strike. Hogs have a shift on a 1-2 count, and the pitch to Duggar, down and in. Trying that cutter again. Looks like that's what Jimenez feels best with.
Yeah, I like that. He went fastball in, and he tunneled it with that slider. Trying to back leg it, just bit off a little too much.
Kozel's ranging into the outfield from second base. Iredale's an added infielder to the right. Jimenez throws 2-2 low, and the count run full. Leadoff batters reach base twice for UCLA. They've had him to third base each time as well and haven't scored him. The 3-2. Duggar stays alive with a foul.
There's that cutter inside. Just a little late cut.
Jimenez with his right foot on the right side of the rubber, his left foot off. Quick windup, 3-2. Duggar, little dribbler on a check swing, foul.
Well, he fooled him bad on that pitch, Phil.
Yeah, Jimenez, there's something about his cutter and the slider that batters just don't seem to pick it up at all.
No, they play off of each other really great.
Here's the 8th pitch of the at-bat. Duggar's early. Grounds it foul. Scatters his dugout.
Yeah, that cutter's about 6 inches off the plate in.
It's three fouls in a row. It looks like he's in swing mode.
Yeah, you throw it just about anywhere around the plate, you can get a swing.
It's the longest at-bat for any Bruin. Next one will be the 9th pitch. The count is 3-2. Here it comes. Another foul over the net.
I like what Helfrich did right there. He did 2 shakes and then a 3rd shake, and it went fastball. And when I was hitting Phil, like 1 shake was okay, but if you shook twice, I'm starting to think if you shake 3 times, I'm done.
Pitch on the way. Check swing. Pitch was in the dirt. Ball 4. UCLA celebrating big time on a walk in the dugout, tapping their caps on each other. I think they're trying to get a little rally cap thing going. Never like to see a leadoff walk in any situation.
Especially after you throw up a 2 spot in the bottom half.
Going to get Cole Gibbler up in the bullpen. Phoenix Call, the number 9 batter, is struck out and walked. He was the last batter to reach base until this last walk. Jimenez misses outside. Ball 1. So there had been 7 consecutive outs before the walk to Duggar. Call's hitting only .259. Stretch by Jimenez, 1-0. A fly ball, right field coming on Diggs. Kendall's there with a hat flying off. Makes the catch, fires to first base. Duggar hustling back. The throw's late. It was close, though.
It was close.
What have you thought about Kendall Diggs as the defensive replacement in right field?
Yeah, who would have thought that a couple years ago?
Right, when he looked like he was learning right field on the fly. He's actually turned into a pretty good right fielder.
Yeah, that's a good break on that ball. That ball's slicing, and he took a perfect route to it. He hesitated just a little bit. Had he thrown that ball right when he caught it, he'd have had him.
Top of the order, Dean West. 1 for 3, first pitch, strike called on West at the top. Remember, West hit a single in the first inning to start the game. Later was at third with bases loaded, 2 outs, was caught stealing home plate by Zach Root. That's really maybe the biggest play of the game. What would have happened if they'd have scored on that? Who knows? 1 strike count, Jimenez deals high, 1-1.
It's crazy, Phil. That goes back to that what if. Like, what if he stays at third there and Brennan gets a base hit? I mean, who knows what kind of score we're looking at right now. Zach Root probably, bullpen was already up. That might have been his last batter. It's crazy to think. Instead, he goes 5 scoreless.
They'll hold Duggar close at first base. Iredell up a step. Pitch fouled away by West. Try to turn on a high fastball. 1 ball, 2 strikes on the left fielder for UCLA, and their most dangerous batter, Chalowski, on deck. And unless you get a double play, Chalowski will get his second chance with a man on base. With 5-0 lead, there's only so much damage he can do. Here's the stretch of the pitch. A line drive into the gap, left center field. In for a base hit. Davalon chasing it, picks it up cleanly. Throws to second base, keeping West with a single. Duggar goes first to third on the first hit off Jimenez.
It's a good play by Davalon out there to cut that ball off.
Yeah, he was playing in a little bit, so he had to turn back, sprint. And West has good speed, so he's thinking double off the bat.
Yeah, he took a perfect route to that ball.
Double plays in order for Rock Chalowski. He's hit into 4 this year. He's also 1 for 3 today with a single. And 2 ground outs, 1 to first, 1 to short. You ground to shortstop, you may get 2. Stretch and pitch. Here's a chopper towards Lloyd. Short comes up, gets the bounce, takes it himself, steps on it, got him at first to rack him up, double play. They got Chalowski to end the 8th inning on 1 pitch from Aiden Jimenez.
Fastball downfield, perfect pitch right there by Jimenez. Great job by Vaheva to come get that ball and step on the bag.
The shutout streak continues. Bruins leave a runner at third base. No runs, 1 hit. That's 18 consecutive scoreless innings by the Razorback pitching staff. Brought to you in part today by your local Ford dealer and the Ford F-150. Like the Razorbacks, this truck has a strong tradition. It's earned by outstanding capability and smart features like a mobile generator. That's how to create a legacy and the official truck of the Razorbacks. Last of the 8th inning. Tack on something. 5-0 Arkansas. This is the Razorback Sports Network from Learfield.
Are you looking for a venue to watch sports while enjoying great food from a chef-driven menu? Are you needing an event space for large gatherings, for birthdays, rehearsal dinners, or company meetings and holiday parties? Farrell's Lounge Bar and Grill is Northwest Arkansas's premier sports bar and event space with 24 high-def TVs, 35 beers on tap, extensive menu offerings, and a full bar. Farrell's is the destination for any sports or food fanatic. For more info, go to farrellslounge.com. Farrell's Lounge on Dixon Street, Fayetteville.
At Arkansas Children's, every child is a champion, and we put them at the center of everything we do. As the state's only pediatric health system, Arkansas Children's offers everything from everyday care to highly specialized treatments. Whether you're calling the Hogs from Springdale, Jonesboro, Little Rock, or Pine Bluff, Arkansas Children's strives to fulfill our promise of unprecedented child health, defined and delivered. At Arkansas Children's, we make kids better today and healthier tomorrow.
New pitchers on for UCLA. They're going to bring on their 5th reliever of the ball game. This is Justin Lee, now pitching for the Bruins.
Justin Lee, that's a good wholesome name.
Yeah, that's the easiest name of the game so far for the Bruins.
It's about time.
Hey, we're brought to you by the Battle Line rivalry. The 12th version is headed to Fayetteville, Arkansas versus Missouri, right at the end of football season and right after Thanksgiving. It's the tradition, the Battle Line rivalry, presented by Shelter Insurance. So Jack O'Connor faced one batter, struck him out. Lee to pitch in the 8th inning. Kojal, Kuhio, and Robinette. 30th appearance for Justin Lee. 3 wins, no defeats, 5 saves. Batters at .235 against Justin Lee. 31 in the 3rd innings. He's got an ERA of .632. You wonder if they're going to bring Jimenez back for the 9th inning. There's a couple guys that are thrown out in the pen, but not to a catcher. As Kojal takes a ball high from Lee. Jimenez has thrown 40 pitches, but I wonder if you're in the moment here where you think, now do you start thinking about tomorrow or potentially the next 2 games?
Yes.
Outside on Kojal, 2-0. And I think that's exactly what they're thinking, Bubba, because
McIntyre looks like.
That is Will McIntyre warming up.
So how many pitches Jimenez throw?
40.
Oh, he's good. Yeah.
2-0 on Kojal. It's high and inside, ball 3.
I mean, when you start getting up over 50, then you start to say, okay, yeah. But
you could bring Aiden back Thursday if you get there.
Yep. I mean, 40 pitches is nothing for these guys.
Kojal's 0 for 3, but ahead 3-0 on Justin Lee. And the pitch is a ball inside, and Kojal makes sure that it's ball 4. He made sure. He took a 3rd strike in the 6th inning of what he thought was ball 4 and tossed the bat away that time. This time he held on to it just to make sure.
And they're complaining in the dugout. How can they complain about that pitch? That ball's 6 inches inside.
That is an obvious ball. And from just looking at the TrackMan monitor, John Savage had something to say out to the plate umpire, and Gregory Street's writing in his notebook. UCLA battery has been ordered to go meet on the mound.
Phil,
the Bruins have a righty up in the pen.
I want to know what they write right there. I really do.
They make such a show of it.
I know.
I mean, they really do. I mean, they make a show of every timeout that's called, every warning that they give either bench, and they make sure you get to see. I love it that it must be in the umpire guidebook. You're not allowed to hold your notebook in a pocket unless it's your shirt pocket.
Yeah. And when they ride, it's like they bow up. They get all bowed up and hunkered over like they're flexing.
Oh, you were going to call a timeout. Well, guess what? I'm going to have to write about what this timeout you're taking here. Now John Savage coming over to talk with Gregory Street. I don't remember all the umpires writing notes until recent years. They're not having a conversation. You wonder what, you think they're talking about the strike zone?
I don't know. The pitch that Kojal wasn't even close. None of those pitches were close.
This is a coach who knows how to slow a game down if he wants to. He sent his battery out there to talk. That gives you 30 seconds. Then he comes out to talk to the umpire, gives you another, however much time you want, basically.
Just think if this dude went to Tennessee and coached with Vitella, there'd be like 5-hour games.
You imagine them against Jay Johnson. I mean, Jay Johnson is a West Coast coach. He's brought that style to UCLA or to LSU. Here's Aloy, and Kuhio takes a pitch that got away from the catcher Duggar. He missed it. Kicked off his glove, and it gives Kojal second base. All that show of the timeout, of the mound meeting, and the catcher drops the pitch. And it wasn't even that far outside of the strike zone. Kuhio's 1 for 3. Single, fly out, strikeout. And the 1-0. It's popped up, stays on the right side, foul territory. Lebu, the first baseman, calls off his catcher and puts the squeeze on the out on the grass. 1 out in the 8th. Robinette next.
Boy, those are the pitches right there. When you're ahead 1-0, and he wasn't trying to go the other way with that. I mean, you got to get that head out there.
Robinette is 0 for 3. Double play, ground ball, fly ball. Bit of a shift on the right side. Chalowski's behind second base where Kozel leads. Robinette, feet close together. A swing and a miss, strike one. Crowd's begun to thin out a little bit. It was a thinner crowd anyway today. Throw to first base late. Kozel slides in.
It was like a late arriving crowd.
I think a lot of people didn't expect there to be a game.
No, I think you're right.
Stretch. Lee's pitch to Big Country is down and in. Curveball, 1-1.
I had some friends that were going to drive up today, and they saw the forecast and were like, we'll wait till tomorrow.
Well, they're just listening instead.
That's right.
Get up here tomorrow, though. All right? No saving. There's no time to waste. And the next one on Robinette misses low again. 2 balls, 1 strike. Looking at the weather tomorrow, 82-degree high, 24% chance rain. And that's really the last chance of rain for the week. Get on up for the game tomorrow, Razorback fans. Robinette with a ground ball to second base, fielded on the outfield grass by Call, and he throws to first in time. Kozel safe at third. And here's Iredale.
Robinette hit that ball hard. There's 107.
Iredale's 2 for 2, a walk, 2 runs scored. Looking ahead to UCLA's 9th inning, 3, 4, 5 batters. Levu, Martin, and Salgado. And it is Will McIntyre warming in the bullpen. Iredale looking to drive Kozel in from third against a shift, and the pitch bounces. Bounce in front of the plate. Here comes Cam. He scores ahead of the pitcher. Cam Kozel is the absolute best scoring on third base on wild pitches that don't get far away.
Phil, I love it. That's such a great read right there, and that's something they work on in practice, and it's so good to see it pay off in a game.
That's the 3rd run he has scored on a wild pitch in the NCAA tournament. And none of them have gotten all that far outside the circle.
No, that stayed on the dirt. And look at this slide to the backside of the plate.
Pressure's off Iredale. The pitch is high. It's 2-0. 6-0 lead now in the 8th inning. Kozel could give master classes on how to score from third on a wild pitch that doesn't really look that wild. 2-0. Swing and a miss for Iredale.
Phil, it's the little things. They add up. Yeah. I mean, look at a couple of mistakes UCLA has made, and then look at the plays we have made to take advantage of that. I mean, it matters.
Here's a 2-1, and it's inside on Iredale.
I hope my 13-year-old team's listening.
Taking notes.
Yeah.
Not the kind of notes that the umpires take.
You know who is listening? Greg Baxendale's listening. He'll text me every once in a while. Love that dude.
Here's a 3-1, and Iredale walks on base a 4th time.
Let me rephrase that. I love that dude unless I'm coaching against him. We almost fight.
You're not allowed to like your combatants, no. Here's Justin Thomas Jr. Thomas 1 for 2. He's had a couple of bunts, 1 for an out, 1 for a sacrifice, and a line drive single. John Savage may be thinking about another pitching change. Nope, he gets back into a squat on the stairwell.
He's got to be getting low on dudes out there.
Well, they used, they've used 6 pitchers today. Thomas looks at a strike. And then earlier today, UCLA used, and this was after the resumption of the game, they used 6 relievers in the resumed game. So they've used 12 pitchers today. The pitch to Thomas low. 2 balls, no strikes.
Phil,
O'Connor, May, Randall, and Grotus also pitched the game against LSU. Not long, and not long today either.
Look, I just don't buy into all these pitching changes, matchups, and all that. If a dude can hit, he can hit a righty and a lefty. If you're constantly pulling guys in and out, they're never getting in a groove out there on the mound.
Pitch on Thomas, runner going. Throws low, and the throws into center field. Iredale's up on his way to third base. Easy steal, easy base at third. Ninth steal for Iredale and UCLA's first error.
Yeah, this dude is slow to the plate, Phil. You could have stole off of him.
Hogs have been stealing some bases here in Omaha, too. They stole 3 yesterday. You won right here.
You know, when you're in a ballpark like this, you got to kind of change your style a little bit. Steal some bases.
Count is 3-0. The pitch to Thomas is swung on, a base hit over third, makes it 7-0. It's towards the line. West cuts it off. Thomas won second base. West threw too late. He held on to it. JT stand-up double.
Love it.
West lollygagged the throw.
He did. He really did. Took 8 innings to get lollygag into the broadcast. I like it, Phil.
2 runs across in the 8th inning, 4 runs in the last 2 innings, and things are looking good for the Razorbacks here at Omaha.
Phil, that's just an absolute poo-poo lip by your left fielder. Look at his body language out there. He didn't want to be out there on the field. He just jogged after that ball, and JT's flying around the bases. There's no way that should have been a double.
Absolutely not, but Justin also knew. I think he saw West was just jogging after it. That's a hustle play for Justin Thomas Jr., but that's also just how the Razorbacks do their thing. UCLA is going back to the bullpen. John Savage is on the mound again.
Shocker.
Pitch and changes brought to you by Visit Hot Springs and Oaklawn. It's time for a road trip. Hit the jackpot with a trip to Hot Springs National Park, Arkansas, and its #1 attraction, Oaklawn Hot Springs. Plan a trip at hotsprings.org and oaklawn.com. The UCLA pitcher tripped coming out of the dugout. That's kind of how it's going for him right now.
Yeah.
Arkansas leading 7-0. We're back in a minute for the rest of the 8th on the Razorback Sports Network from Learfield.
From your favorite drive-thru coffee to the iced tea from the hotel lobby, many of the beverages you enjoy every day come from Arkansas's own West Rock Coffee Company. As the official sponsor of the Razorbacks, West Rock Coffee fuels our team and customers all over the world. We are the trusted provider of coffee, tea, flavors, extracts, and ingredients to the brands you love, and we are dedicated to making a difference. Learn more about West Rock Coffee's global impact at westrockcoffee.com.
Become a Razorback. Earn your degree from the University of Arkansas no matter where you live. Online students at the U of A receive the same high-quality education as on-campus students. Go to online.uark.edu to find a program that lets you advance your career or start a new one. The U of A Online. Apply now at online.uark.edu.
Razorback Baseball is presented by Roller Funeral Homes. They don't just serve the community, they're an integral part of it. At Roller Funeral Homes, their commitment extends beyond services offered, reflected in every community event they sponsor, every initiative they support, and the compassionate presence they maintain in our daily lives. Arkansas has taken a 7-0 lead. It was 2-0 at the end of 1, 3-0 at the end of 5 innings. Since the 7th inning started, 2 in the 7th, 2 in the 8th, and just pulling away from UCLA. The new pitcher and the 7th pitcher of this game for the Bruins is a left-hander, Ryan Risses. Makes his 20th appearance, 1-2 record, 172 batting average allowed, 17 2/3 innings, 14 walks, 10 hit batters, and 19 strikeouts. He sports an ERA of 3.57. Let me repeat part of those numbers here, Bubba Carpenter. He's either walked or hit 24 batters in 17 2/3 innings.
Wow.
Go up with a flak jacket.
Talk about wild thing. And good thing he didn't have one more S on that name, or I'd be going home.
It's RISSAS. In the media guide, or on the UCLA pronunciation guide, it's Reese's, like the pizzas.
That's easier.
I can go with candy-covered peanut butter. Charles Davalon batting, and he's got Thomas at second base, 2 outs. Davalon's 1 for 3. His one hit was a first-inning single. He scored on Vihiba Loy's home run that broke a scoreless game. 2 batters into the bottom of the first. Lefty-lefty the matchup. Risses ready, and the pitch on Chuck is outside. Will McIntyre is just watching now from the bullpen in left field. He's ready to come out and make his debut for the postseason. Imagine, Will hasn't even pitched in the regional or super regionals yet. Here's a 1-0 on Davalon. Lazy fly ball. And the shortstop, Chalowski, camps underneath it, short left field to make the catch. Davalon 1 for 5, but a couple of runs on 1 hit in the 8th inning for the Hogs, and 1 man stranded. Closing time to the top of the 9th inning, and Arkansas looking to move on to LSU tomorrow. 7-0 over UCLA on the Razorback Sports Network from Learfield.
The Hog Call, the siren song of the Cardinal and White. Heard in every corner of Baum Walker Stadium, it's a clear warning for any foe that dares get in their way. Ford knows that strong traditions start with leadership, like Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks 48 years straight. Drive F-150, official truck of the Razorbacks, only at your Arkansas Ford dealer, based on 1977 to 2024 total sales.
Look, you already know eating right and staying active make a big difference, but weight loss surgery could get you back in the game. Check out the Bariatric and Metabolic Institute at Encore Medical Center in Saline County, part of the Arkansas Heart Hospital team. Their bariatric experts can help you lose the extra weight, get off medications, manage diabetes, and more. Visit arheart.com/BMI now for details. That's arheart.com/BMI for weight loss surgery. Your ticket to better health.
One of those things. Are you going to open it up, or are you going to just look at them?
I'm just going to hold it.
All right. Save those things for tomorrow.
Just going to fondle it.
You're going to need a giant bag of candy tomorrow, okay? Yeah. Don't fondle your bag of candy too much. You'll break those Nerds gummy clusters. Arkansas leading 7-0 here in the top of the 9th inning. Obviously, we're feeling a little bit good about things.
Yeah, right, we are.
Will McIntyre taking over after Aiden Jimenez deals 3 scoreless innings on 1 hit and 1 walk. Got a double play to ensure that the scoreless streak for the Hog pitching staff goes to 18 straight.
Go Hogs. You know, you said, Will hasn't pitched in the postseason, but all I can remember from Will is the Tennessee game.
Yeah.
That was unbelievable, his outing in the Tennessee
At
series.
the end of the regular season.
Yeah.
In that Tennessee series.
Yeah.
It was in the 8-4 win, and McIntyre closed out the Volunteers with 3 2/3 innings of perfection. I mean, absolutely perfect. He didn't allow anybody to reach. It was 11 up and 11 down. This will be Will's 17th appearance of the year. 1-0 record, 163 average given up, 24 1/3 innings, 259 earned run average, and he pitches to Mulivan Lebu. First pitch. High and inside, ball 1. We're getting a note here. Getting a note from Zach back in the studios. The last time that they were back-to-back shutouts thrown by a team in Omaha, 2016. Oklahoma State did it.
Wow, I like it. It's good stuff.
Levu's 0 for 3. Mac deals a strike. Fastball. 1-1. Martin and Salgado also do. This UCLA team was hitting .348 in the NCAA tournament. 4 hits today.
It's all right. They haven't faced Razorback pitching.
And McIntyre deals high. 2 balls, 1 strike. They have been shut out a couple of times this year. UCLA was shut out by Arizona State and by Nebraska. Here's a swing and a miss, strike 2. In fact, Nebraska shut him out in the Big Ten championship game.
It's hard to believe, Phil, because I'm looking at some of the swings, and there's some bad swings.
They're way off today.
Yeah,
that's Hog pitching to them. That's what this team's doing.
That's right.
2-2. It's a liner over first base. Base hit to the corner right field. Diggs chasing it down. Levu on his way to second base with a first extra base hit. Little trouble in right field picking it up. He takes third base, and the cutoff throw is late.
I tell you what, if Koziel would have been able to cut that ball, he'd have been out by 30 feet, Phil. The ball was just, the ball that Diggs threw in from right was just barely over Koziel's head.
You hear the giant reaction by third base coach Nico Gallego. And see if there's trouble for Diggs in the right field corner as far as fielding the ball cleanly.
Yeah, you can't see from our vantage point. Something had to have happened. They're going to show it right here.
Scored a triple for Levu, his second of the season. Well, that'll put the shutout in jeopardy for certain. Hogs don't care if he scores; they just want outs. Roman Martin, the batter. Will throws a low strike one.
How many people are going to go at you on Twitter saying, or X, the broadcaster's jinx, which we really don't care. We want to win the game.
Look, ESPN put that stuff on the television screen. It's all just facts. We'll deliver the facts. He didn't kill the no-hitter yesterday. Here's an 0-1 count and a stretch and a pitch. Foul back this way. It's just to our right. 0-2 on Martin.
Phil, that was some false hustle. You didn't have it. That wasn't even close.
Well, I didn't know what to do. Jump out of the window? If I jump out of the window, I'm going to need you to finish the game.
I'll grab your foot. I'll drag you back in.
Well, I'm wearing a hoodie. You can just catch the hoodie.
Okay.
Grab onto it. Hook me in. McIntyre ahead on Martin, 0-2. Nobody's out. Man at third. Up 7 in the ninth. Here's the pitch. It's fouled back this way again. And again to the right. It's bouncing on the chairs a couple of times. And instead of picking the ball up, a gentleman just falls on the ball.
He smothered it.
And then he almost fell into the seat again. It's going to be a little bit difficult chasing down foul balls after some cold ones by the time the ninth inning rolls around.
Telling him to hit another foul ball.
McIntyre sets, and another 0-2 pitch. In the dirt on Martin and blocked by Helfrich.
Good block by Ryder. You know, we talk about playing these games, Phil. I don't think we give Helfrich enough credit for catching this many games. You know?
That's a good point. You know, you haven't really seen much from other catchers. It's the 55th game he starts. Zane Becker started 9. McIntyre with another 0-2 pitch. Strike 3. Got Martin swinging. 1 out of the ninth.
It's a good cutter right there.
Now Will facing A.J. Salgado. Boy, that was a great cutter. Bottom just dropped out that thing. More fans headed for the exits. There are more open seats than seats taken at the moment here at the Chuck. Salgado's 0 for 3. Line drive to short, ground ball to second, strikeout. Righty-lefty. Mack throws. Just off the corner, ball 1.
Wow, that's been a strike all day.
Five scoreless from Root, 87 pitches. 3 scoreless from Jimenez, 40 pitches. McIntyre behind 1-0 on Salgado. And the pitch is a strike on the outside. And he got one back, 1-1.
Okay, I take that back. That's about, 4 inches outside?
This had been an interesting game called by plate umpire Gregory Street today because he's had some innings where he's been, very consistent, and then a few here and there was like, what are you calling? And a 1-1. Salgado, it's a fister. It stays fair and got past Iredale. It snuck under his glove. Run scores. Salgado on second base. They recover the ball. Throw, slides in. The ball's dropped by Koziel. There's a little weird spin on the ball hit by Salgado, and it fooled Iredale.
Phil, I thought that was foul. I really did, and I think Iredale thought it was foul too.
Well, you can't. I don't think you can review fair foul in front of the base. You can behind the base.
Oh, that's foul. I think that is foul.
You see it bounce fair.
Well,
it's a matter of where it crosses the base. And I think it might have crossed over the corner of the base.
From the other angle, like from behind left field line, it looked way foul.
He scored an error, the second on Iredale today. Salgado's at second base. 7-1 the score here in the ninth. And a strike thrown to Peyton Brennan. 1 out, 1 on, 7-1 in the ninth inning.
That's such a tough error. That ball was hit 49 miles an hour. It had a crazy spin on it.
And he thought it was foul.
Yeah, I honestly think it's foul.
Brennan's 1 for 3, swing and a miss at a slider, strike 2. Well, the streak ends at 18 innings without allowing a run. I tell you, in the College World Series, that's an amazing stretch of scoreless innings. There's some teams that can hit. 0-2 on Brennan. Here's the pitch. Bounced it. Ball 1.
I'll never forget Gage's performance yesterday. I mean, that's something you'll never see. I don't think you'll ever see that again in a College World Series game.
I really do think that game's going to end up becoming recognized as one of the greatest games ever pitched at any level of baseball.
Yeah, I think you're right.
With what was on the line and how dominant he was. 1-2. Here's the pitch. And it's a little dribbler right side, picked up barehanded. McIntyre throws it past first base down the right field line. Second run scores. Brennan to second base. It'll go down as a third Arkansas error. A little bit of a weird contact there by Brennan. The way that it bounced fair, I thought potentially it might have been foul off his foot. Ryder Helfrich is motioned to the dugout to ask maybe for a review. Here comes Matt Hobbs out of the dugout, and I haven't seen Dave ask for a review yet.
Well, McIntyre thought it was foul. He didn't even go after it.
No movement whatsoever by DVH from the third base dugout. Salgado scoring from second base to make it 7-2. They'll score this a single for Brennan and then the throwing error and tack onto it. 2 errors here in the ninth inning. McIntyre just kind of hoped he would throw it near first base and let Robinette make a play, but it wasn't anywhere near Robinette.
I mean, I feel bad for McIntyre. That's 2 balls. That ball was hit about 20 miles an hour.
Are you surprised they're not asking for a review? It doesn't cost you anything here.
I mean, I really am.
I mean, DVH could be positive in what he thought he saw, but he could also wait for Hobbs to come back into the dugout before asking for the review. But usually he makes those decisions really quickly.
Right.
Matt's headed back into the dugout.
I guess they're not going to. I could have swore Helfrich went to his ears.
He did. I know. I saw him put his hands to his ears. No review here on this second UCLA run. And now it's Espinoza, the designated hitter, who took over at the 7th spot of the order in the 7th inning with a ground out. Hogs are going to have to get another pitcher up in the pen just in case. And it's Dylan Carter. McIntyre's pitch is fouled away by Espinoza. I think it's pretty important for McIntyre to finish this 9th inning and not need to go to Carter. You need Carter tomorrow if you're playing tomorrow.
Right. No, I agree. And look, they haven't hit a ball hard yet.
Oh, the triple by Levy was pretty hard.
Yeah, okay.
Pitch on the way, bounced.
I mean, he was out front, but he still barreled it.
Helfrich blocked it up the third base line. 1-1 on Aiden Espinoza, 300 hitter, but just 6 hits on the season. Think about the guys they've stuck in as the designated hitter today. Espinoza, 19 at-bats. Bythewood, 16 at-bats. 1-1. Check of the runner. McIntyre's pitch. Espinoza takes low. 2-1.
That's 2 cutters in a row. He's bounced in front of the plate.
And the cutter is the important pitch for McIntyre. Gotta have a feel for it if he's going to be out there.
They're showing the guys in the booth, the ESPN guys. I wonder what they're talking about. They're laughing.
Well, they're laughing at the hot dogs or something that the UCLA players are shaking. Yeah, they're hot dogs or something over there. I don't know. Here's the pitch. A high fly hit by Espinoza into right field. Coming on is Diggs. Thomas calls him off. JT with the catch. Brennan tags for third. They'll let him take third base. There's 2 outs in the 9th inning. What the heck are they shaking down in the dugout there? Cheese sticks? That's what Zach tells us. Cheese sticks? Hey, whatever you think works.
Should I start shaking my dead fly at them?
No, you don't mess with the mojo of your fly. Maybe shake your nerds clusters. Cashel Duggar, the batter. Hogs are an out away from playing LSU. Duggar's 0 for 2 and a walk. Here's the pitch. Low. 2 runs, 2 hits, and 2 errors in this 9th inning. See 3 errors for the Razorbacks today. 2 by Iredale and 1 by McIntyre. Hog fans are standing. McIntyre ready with a 1-0 pitch. There's strike 1 on the outside on Duggar. 1-1.
Phil, I know it says 3 errors on the board. Those last 2 are kind of fluky.
Yes.
The ball down the third baseline, a little squibbered with a weird spin, and then McIntyre's. I mean, those are, I get it, they're errors, but I don't know. I view them differently.
Outfield's in a bit. And the 1-1 pitch on Duggar. Swing and a miss. Strike 2.
That's an angry fastball right there by McIntyre.
Gage Wood yesterday said the best thing that he knew was that this team was alive to fight for another day. Well, there may end up being another day again. McIntyre strike away from Wednesday. Here's the pitch. It's fouled off by Duggar.
I love that this many people have stayed, this many Razorback fans.
Ball game's longer than 3 hours. 3rd game of the day here at the Chuck. Hogs have a shift on the 2-strike count on the right side. 1-2. Bounced it to the backstop. Here comes the 3rd run of the inning. Espinoza scores from third base on a wild pitch. 7-3.
Well, I tell you, Ryder's done a great job all night. That one just kind of squirted right through the 5-hole.
There's a huge difference between a 4-run and a 5-run lead.
Yep.
And it's now 7-3 in the 9th. Duggar still down to that final strike. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Low. Full count. Phoenix call on deck. Been a laborious inning here, more than anything, because of a couple of weirdly hit balls. Carter's ready to go if the Hogs want him. The set by Mack. And the 3-2. Low, ball 4.
I hope Dave gives him one more batter.
9th inning stretching along here for UCLA. They're down to their final out. The number 9 batter call coming up. No sign of DVH out of the dugout. He's talking with Hobbs.
Yeah, I think you let Matt go get this dude.
Call is 0 for 2. Strikeout, walk, fly out. 7-3 Hogs, top of the 9th. You got to feel just a little bit nervous. They won't be holding Duggar at first. Iredale's up at third. Here's the pitch. Strike 1. Called with a cutter. What you don't want to see is Rock Chalowski coming up this inning, because if he does, the bases are loaded. He'd be the tying run. 0-1 the count. McIntyre's pitch. Inside.
Boy, he almost hit him. Call kind of put that arm out there.
That's twice today that calls come close to being hit by a pitch.
Mac needs to go to the cutter right here.
1-1. Fouled off the catcher, strike 2. I thought Helfrich wore that one pretty hard. So they're down to their final strike for the second batter in a row. Been a long day here in Omaha for the Hogs. And open tomorrow will also be another long day. And they'd love to stick around to Thursday and longer. McIntyre's got the sign. Stretch on 1 and 2. Here's the pitch. A fly ball foul off the right side. Still 1 and 2 on UCLA second baseman Phoenix Cole.
It's a good job right there by Cole, fouling that pitch off. That's a nasty cutter down and away.
Bruins club battling in the 9th inning. Hogs had their way with them for the most part on the pitcher's mound for the first 8. Stretch by McIntyre. The 1-2 to Call is lined into center field. Coming on, Thomas coming on. He's got it. This one belongs to the Razorbacks. And the Hogs will take on LSU tomorrow in the bracket final. Final score 7-3. The Razorbacks live another day in Omaha.
Never a doubt, Phil.
3 in the 9th inning for LSU on 2 hits, 2 errors, 1 left. Arkansas wins 7-3. UCLA season is complete with 48 wins, 18 defeats, back-to-back losses here in the College World Series. This is Arkansas's 50th win of the season against 14 defeats, 7-1 in the postseason. The Armor Bank 10th inning show next after this from Visit Hot Springs.
Why hold a parade that only goes 1 block? What in the world is a bathtub race? And how can one town be the training ground for American Pharaoh and the former playground of Al Capone? That's just Hot Springs being Hot Springs. Between thermal waters, thoroughbreds, and the world's shortest St. Patrick's Day parade,